So we're doing our, this is the first part of two meetings we're having today. This is our budget meeting. I'm Jason Dean, Chairman of the Mississippi Board of Education, present in Madison, Mississippi. This work session of the Board of Education is being held today, Thursday, June 11th, 2020 at 8:30 a.m. via teleconference and video means pursuant to Mississippi Code annotated section 2541.5. Notice of this work session was posted in accordance with state law and included the date, time, place, and purpose of the meeting and identified the location of the meeting available to the public. An audio recording is being made of this meeting and minutes of this meeting will be recorded. This meeting is also being live streamed. Dr. Carrie Wright is present in Madison, Mississippi to participate in this teleconference meeting. Now we'll do announcement of quorum. As I call the names of the board members, please state your location, city and state, for the presence and your presence for this meeting. Miss Rosemary Altman.
I'm here in Clinton, Mississippi.
Miss Nancy Collins. I see her. Miss Nancy Collins. Okay, I know she's, I see your mouth moving. I'm gonna say Tupelo, Mississippi, unless you're somewhere else. Dr. Karen Elam. She was having difficulties at the 8:15 subcommittee meeting. I don't know if she's on. Dr. John Kelly.
Here in Gulfport, Mississippi.
Thank you, sir. Mrs. Brittany Rye.
Here in Starkville, Mississippi.
Thank you. Mr. Sean Suggs.
Present, Blue Springs, Mississippi.
Thank you. Mr. Omar Jamil. I'm not sure if Omar is going to join us today or not, but a quorum of the board is present at the location stated for the purposes of conducting a meeting through teleconference means. The June 11th, 2020 budget work session is now called to order at 8:34 a.m. Since this is a teleconference meeting, please identify yourself. And I'll just say, if you're not talking, be on mute. But if you are talking, please remember to go off of mute. So whenever you're, please identify yourself if it's not obvious, if you're on the phone, when asking questions, making comments, or making motions. All right, I'm just going to take a little executive privilege and skip the flag and invocation. We'll do that again at 10 a.m. I don't have any other opening remarks, so we'll go to approval of agenda. Board members, you should have received a copy of this agenda. Please note this is a special called meeting, and therefore the only business that can be transacted in that meeting, which has been specified in the call of this meeting, which is the budget. At this time, I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
So moved. This is Sean.
Thank you, sir. Got a motion. Is there a second?
John Kelly, I second.
There's a motion and a second. Not seeing any discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. So now we'll move to the FY 2022 fiscal priorities and overview of budget requests.
All right, good morning to everybody. I'm going to start our meeting. You will see the slides that we're going to be addressing on the screen, and Felicia will be advancing them as we move forward. We're going to be, if you go to the next slide, this is the agenda that we will walk through today. We'll be discussing, Felicia, are you going to be doing the next slide?
I am, if it would move.
Okay. Second then.
Okay.
Felicia, you may be able to reshare your window and click on that PowerPoint again to make it advance.
Okay. Yay.
Okay, there we go. Okay, back up one. There we go. So this is the agenda that we're going to be following today. This is a presentation of the budget that we are proposing for the FY22 fiscal year. Obviously, the board has a lot to say about this, and this is going to be your time to ask questions about what we are proposing. This will be a time for you to establish what you want as your legislative priorities, et cetera. Next slide. As you know, everything that we do circles around our vision and mission. You know, and I know we've been in a lot of discussion recently about the ability to create this world-class educational system. We've worked very hard over the past few years to achieve what we've achieved. COVID has certainly been a blip on the screen for us, shall we say, but it's also been very revealing about what we need to have in our educational system in order to move forward. Next slide. Your strategic plan is everything that drives our work. It drives the work across the entire state, and each goal is addressed. As you know, even in our board agenda, you will see the goals that are being addressed with everything that you discuss. So we need to keep these goals in mind as we move forward. The one thing that I need you to note is that we're going to be referring back to 2020 as we move forward. Felicia, can you weigh in here and provide the board with the reason why we're doing that?
Okay. As we go through the presentation this morning, you would note that all of our comparisons are to FY20, and reason being we have not received our FY21 allocation. So all of our financial comparisons in terms of comparing our requests to the previous year will be compared to FY20 as opposed to FY21, because as you know, the legislature is still in session and we've not been given our FY21 appropriation.
Thank you, Felicia.
Certainly.
So these were your priorities in FY20, and these were the order that you asked them to be placed in. Next slide. These are the ones that we are proposing. We're proposing, for 2021 for the FY22 budget. And we're going to be discussing each of these in detail as we move through. Next slide. So here are the fiscal priorities. We have put them in order for us, but you can certainly feel free to rearrange them as you wish. We have given you the increases that you see in bold. So for example, for MSIS, we're asking for the $3.5 million increase to upgrade, obviously, our MSIS system. But if you go down to the third bullet, you will not see an increase there because we are asking for full funding. So that would be a full funding, which is something that you ask for each and every year. But as you scroll down through each of those fiscal priorities, you will see the additional dollars that we are suggesting be included in the budget. Next slide. So I'm going to turn this over to Felicia. And I'm going to let Felicia walk through the overview. And also you will be, then each chief will be asked to present his or her slides to use and to discuss their requests. Dr. Gabb.
Okay, good morning. MDE is funded through 5 major budgets. General Ed, of course, being our major budget. That's our general fund budget, career and technical education, deaf and blind, and MAP. And you will not see MAP presented this month in June. Those calculations are still being done. So we will bring back to you in July the MAP funding. And of course, we will be requesting full funding for MAP. So today our work session will focus on general ed, CTE, and the deaf and blind budget request. And our sources of revenue are our general fund, EEF, the educational trust fund, the healthcare expendable trust fund, and capital expense fund. Again, the majority of our funding comes from the general fund. So our ask today is, this is just a summary of what our FY22 budget request will reflect, and you will hear the details behind these numbers as each chief goes over their individual divisions.
Carry over from.
I'm sorry.
Hey, we just need everyone to mute their phones if they're not presenting, please. Thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead, Felicia.
Okay. All right. The MAP funding request that you see here is 2.536, and that is a reflection of just based on FY 2021 full funding. Again, you will see that number adjusted in the July request. And we're asking for $90,415,000 for CTE, and that's an increase of only 0.31. And then the Chickasaw funding as well, those calculations will be presented in July.
Hey, Felicia, I know this is 2022, and fully aware of how we develop MAEP. Will there be time later on to talk about current MAEP funding and expected impacts as a result of COVID? Is that part? I want to talk about it. If there's a spot later, I'll talk about it later. But I want to know what we're hearing about any expected cuts to upcoming school year.
Yeah, we should go ahead and address that question now because we are hearing about cuts.
I think what we're hearing, and I think the districts are hearing the same, and they're preparing for anywhere from a 5 to 10% cut. I think the number that we're hearing, and Pete can correct me if I'm wrong, is closer to 5 to 6%.
Well, this is, where I think the board absolutely 100% needs to get organized and ask questions, particularly around the rainy day fund, the 2% set aside, and what's going on with those funds. When we face these crises in the past, most recently in my memory was 2008, the department work was cut, but the MAP was protected with the rainy day fund. And it may well be that the legislature is using that money, to prop up, other parts. And there's just, maybe it would have been a 10% cut. I'm not sure what the plan is, but I definitely want to know what the plan is with the rainy day fund. And if it's spent, everywhere else and part of education's protected, then that's fine. But I don't want us to just, allow a cut to MAP if there's going to be continued money in the rainy day fund. Do you understand the question?
I do. Pete, do you want to address that from the legislative perspective?
I'm sorry, Jason, repeat that one more time, please.
Okay. We know that the rainy day fund is maxed out at the constitutional allowed 2% of the general fund. That's $500 million plus. I understand agency cuts are coming, and that's a separate discussion. But in terms of the formula MAEP, if there's going to be cuts to the current school year based on our economic situation, my question is, are they tapping out the entire, or at least, the majority of the rainy day fund before they're cutting MAEP for the coming school year?
So thank you. There's two schools of thought. So one side of the house, I think, is still advocating for, or one side of the building, the Capitol, if you will, the House is still advocating to try to get level funding, not necessarily full funding. But then the other side, I've heard that could possibly have some cuts to it. So that still remains to be seen. All that said, I have not heard any conversation regarding tapping into the rainy day fund.
Okay, well, this is where, like my previous point, we need to have a discussion as a board to really stand firm to say, before you cut into MAEP, and we're, the department can absorb cuts if we get certain rights, around our pins and personnel board, which is a separate discussion. We're not arguing on MDE, but before we just allow an MAEP cut, we should say, we've got to figure out if there's 500 million and we're cutting 200 million out of MAEP, why can't we just reduce the rainy day fund by $200 million before we just, go along? So let's keep moving on the 2022 budget request, but no, this is a massive big asterisk on MAEP that we need to circle back around and get a strategy, because I know this sounds whatever, it's really our duty, as a board, just to try to remind the legislature that they have money in a rainy day fund for times just like this.
And Dr. Dean, I think it's really timely since this is mid-June, and most recently there was a legislator being interviewed on the Gallo show, and Pete knows probably more about this than I, but the intent is to be out of the legislature by the end of June. So there is a sense of urgency around this because they're planning to pass the budget then within the next 2 weeks.
Okay, let's move on, Felicia, but I do want to come back and ensure that we have an actionable, executable plan before we get off the call this morning on the budget part.
Okay. Continuing on with some of our major programs and our ask for the Mississippi School for the Deaf and Blind is 12.9, and that's just a 0.06 increase over FY20. In general ed, we're asking for 157,582. And you'll notice there that appears to be a decrease over FY20. What's included in the general ed budget is the teacher pay raise. So that's not in our ask for FY22, but that was in our actual appropriation for FY20. And also the flow-throughs are in this line item also. So we're not asking for all of those line items as flow-throughs either. Our general ed, which you were speaking to the agency, our I ask for the general ed budget is $27,196,000. And as you can see there, which is the operations of MDE, that's the staff and all the work that's been done in the agency. Our portion of the overall budget is less than 1%. And we're only asking for a 0.21 increase. So out of our $2.84 billion ask, the operational side of our budget is less than 1%. And on the next slide, it's just breaking down by general funds versus EEF and our other sources of revenue. And you can see how that compares to prior year. And I will turn it over to Dr. Oakley to go into detail about academic offices.
Thank you, Dr. Gavin. So the first budget that we're going to hit this morning is early childhood. We are requesting for an expansion of early childhood programming to the tune of $3 million. This would allow for us to serve an additional roughly 3,000 students in our collaboratives. I'm sorry, an additional 1,300 students in our collaboratives in the next year. We served 3,000 this prior year. As you are well aware, we're getting great results from these programs. Roughly 3 out of 4 of our collaborative students exit these programs ready for kindergarten, as compared to the statewide kindergarten readiness rate that sits at 1 in 3. Next slide, please. We also are requesting for an expansion of funding for our Literacy-Based Promotion Act. We're asking for $16 million for the upcoming year. The results for this program speak for themselves. The team continues to share Mississippi's efforts around the country as we've made tremendous progress since this law passed in 2013. When we look at NAEP results, proficiency increases, reduced retention rates since implementation, all of these indicate that this program is working to the benefit of Mississippi students. So we're requesting this additional funding to support expanded professional development and coaching. The coaching support's actually shifted to a virtual model this spring, and we've continued to support our teachers as they delivered reading instruction during the pandemic.
Hey, Dr. Oakley, can I
Yes,
make
sir.
a quick comment?
Absolutely.
I know this may not be as easy as what I'm about to ask, so I apologize in advance. But based on our dollar request and our goals and objectives that we're trying to hit, do we feel like we're appropriating the right amount of money and resource to achieve those targets?
I would say that we are taking a measured approach to this. When we launched, yes, in short, when we launched this program a number of years back, we started with a small number of coaches and have grown that over time. We have plateaued in recent years, and so we'd like to try to continue to grow it. But we do want to do this deliberately, as we did on the front end.
And Nathan, this increase also includes an additional 15 coaches.
Correct. That professional
Okay.
development and support would come through expanded coaching model.
Okay, thank you.
We are requesting additional funding for professional development, specifically to address the needs of our teachers and their understanding of the college and career readiness standards. We do a lot of work right now, or have done a lot of work face-to-face, but we're shifting much of our content, duplicating that effort to make it available virtually through our Canvas platform to teachers across the state. We would like to expand out and offer another standards institute to our teachers in the state. We're focused right now on English language arts. We've done a lot of work in mathematics with our high quality materials adoption, but we want to place some additional focus there as we recognize the adoption and implementation of high quality materials has a tremendous impact on student achievement. During the last school year in 18-19, the last year for which we have full year worth of data, we reached almost 30,000 teachers, counselors, and other educators across the state. We would also like to reinstate our superintendents and principals academies. We have not had those in several years. There's not been funding for those for several years now. But the individuals that went through that training have spoken highly of it. Many of them have remained in their roles. They've been retained in their roles and are doing great work leading districts. And so we would like to fund another cohort of that to make it available for our teacher leaders across the state, folks that are leading our teachers in schools and districts. We're requesting an additional $600,000 to support detention centers. We have juvenile detention center programming, educational programming in 15 JDCs across the state. We would like to have this funding in place to be able to reduce the local burden on districts to support this JDC educational programming. We're also requesting a small increase for MSMS, just for very small increases in operational costs there at the school. MSA, the School for the Arts, is requesting an additional $444,000. We need this to address costs related to food, utilities, and other essential services with technology and transportation, as well as just some costs that happen with a residential school that you don't have with a traditional school setting, with housing and plumbing and HVAC and other kinds of systems that are there to a greater extent than what you would see in a traditional school building.
Dr. Oakley, the MS school, from a capacity perspective, are they at their limit, or are they still trying to attract more students? Do you know?
So they do have some space still. I was actually talking with Dr. McConnell earlier this morning, and they are at 240. That is pretty close to their maximum capacity, if I'm not mistaken. But we are always, they do a lot of work each year recruiting to try to bring the best of the brightest onto campus there. And MSA is in that same boat. MSA, I think, has more capacity for growth than MSMS does at this point in time.
Thanks.
As far as space on the campus and available housing. On the secondary side, we're requesting a very small increase for our innovative programs. This is the budget that funds and supports professional development and resources for our middle college programs, our early college, and districts innovation. We also would like to expand. We've got content specialists back in secondary education now. We rely heavily on them for professional development. And so we've just in the last several months been able to bring in a science specialist, a math specialist, and an English language arts specialist back into secondary ed. All of those positions had become vacant recently. And so we've refilled those and would like to be able to have some funding to be able to push out and support professional development coming from those staff members, as well as to offer e-transcripts, e-transcript solution, working with Mr. Craman's office and with IHL and the Community College Board to offer an e-transcript solution to ease that data transfer, records transfer from K-12 to post-secondary. And then as we continue to support this pre-K to post-secondary seamless transition in our work with IHL. Not included here, but at the board's pleasure, I would recommend that we do go ahead. We have a $1 million appropriation in our budget through a line item this year from the legislature to reimburse districts for costs associated with AP, International Baccalaureate, Cambridge, dual credit types courses. And I would suggest that we include that as well. You'll see a couple of items listed in CTE in a few minutes, but I want to make sure and mention that one for the secondary budget.
Nathan,
as well.
when you say this year, do you mean this school year, i.e. past fiscal year, or the upcoming fiscal year?
So for this current fiscal year, there's a $1 million appropriation. I have not seen
FY21.
anything for FY20 for the year that we're in presently in June. It's wrapping up.
Okay.
Pete is working with the legislature to ensure that we've got a little bit of flex there to reimburse for costs that may come in later than expected due to delays in testing and delays in invoicing. And we're trying to find a solution for that going forward. I've not seen anything on fiscal year 21, but this request would be for fiscal year 22. You're muted, Dr. Dean.
No, that's fine. I'm just, Erin's in here as I'm talking to her. I'm just
Okay.
saying it's, I'll say it now. I don't mind saying that. I don't want us to slow down, and I know we have to do this, but just given the legislature and what they're dealing with and what our FY21 budget's going to look like, that's why I was confused. You're talking about FY20. They don't have an FY21 budget. This is FY22. I know this is a process. I do not want to have another meeting, but I would just maybe just put it out there for thought that we might need to meet again in the fall after we see the FY21 budget so that we might revisit the FY22 budget before elbow recommendations are due. Don't slow down on this. Let's go through it. But keep in mind, I think our FY21 budget is going to be so fundamentally different than what we had hoped for that's going to change kind of what our FY22 asks look like. But I think it's good to have a baseline. So please keep going.
And Dr. Dean, we can certainly address any changes you want to make, but unless they extend the deadline, I think we have to submit our budget to ELBO by August the 1st.
Okay, that's good. So maybe, okay, that's fine, thanks.
Hey,
Okay.
Dr. Dean, this is John Kelly. I have a question, and I may have missed something. Why are we dealing with FY22 when that's 2 years away? Why are we dealing with that instead of just FY21? What did I miss?
Dr. Kelly, FY21 starts July 1st, and we've already submitted our request for FY21. So we're kind of a year ahead. FY22 will start, of course, July of next year. So we kind of work 3 years altogether, really. So this request is actually due to the legislature or to the Legislative Budget Office by August of 20. But FY22 actually starts in July of 21. So we're really just a year out.
Okay, I'm with you now. Thank you for the clarification.
No problem.
So on the schools at risk side and the school improvement side, we're asking for some additional funding there to increase our staffing. This is staff that are in districts, in schools, providing direct support to principals and to working closely with teachers to improve instruction. The board is well aware this is one of your 6 board goals, and we've seen improvement each year over the last several years in the percentage of districts that are earning a grade of C or higher. We want to continue to accelerate that improvement through our Office of School Improvement. So this is just a budget summary page here. You can see, again, the fiscal year 22 on the left column, funding sources, as well as the request for 22, the current appropriation, and the shift. And then the remainder of that on that second slide. On the CTE side, the other budget that we worked through, this is a significant increase. We're asking for almost $9 million in CTE. Keep in mind that almost $4 million of that is for teacher salaries. This is money going out to districts to fund teacher salaries for the secondary and post-secondary side both. I believe $28 million of this overall amount goes to community colleges to fund the CTE programs offered there. It flows through the MDE out to the community colleges. It's a split similar to what we do with Perkins funding, where some of it stays with K-12, and we work with the community colleges for a portion of that at the same time. We are looking for an additional $2 million for equipment upgrades to CTE programs, as well as an additional 1.3 to pay for the CTE portion of the teacher pay raise. Funding to offer work keys, as well as industry certifications, are also included in this request.
Nathan, do you want to address the $3.9 million in underfunding in the salary budget?
Yeah, so what we've seen in recent years is within that CTE budget, when the budget has moved forward year to year, when there's been a pay increase or other kinds of things, districts have had to lean on other pieces of their CTE budget to be able to cover their teacher salaries, thereby reducing their ability to offer equipment and professional development and other kinds of upgrades to their programs.
Thank you.
Dr. Oakley, just very quickly for me, how will we allocate the $2 million for equipment upgrades? How does that process work?
So
across the state?
We typically do that based on need. So we look at programs that have not had upgrades recently, programs that have expanded, programs that may be new, to be able to make those awards. We can get Dr. Brown at one of our subcommittee meetings to bring you some more information on that, certainly.
Thank you.
There's the overall CTE budget. And then on the School for the Deaf and Blind, I'm good, Felicia, thank you. On the School for the Deaf and Blind, we're requesting an additional $1.8 million over the current fiscal year funding. We are working to try to expand the supports we are providing directly out to families in districts. This is a low incidence disability. We don't have a large number of educators with hearing impairment or vision impairment licensure. And we're trying to support districts in their local communities as they identify those students and support those students. So we would like to roll out some expanded support to districts and families to identify those students regionally. We see that happening potentially through an EIR model that we would run through the school to help those students that are deaf and blind from birth through 12th grade. We also would like to be able to provide some additional instructional materials, PD, technology for staff, as well as assistive technology to support students and to enhance their learning opportunities. And then there are funds included in this requested additional funding for operating costs, including a food service contract at the school for the deaf and blind, as those students are on campus 6 days a week and eating typically 3 meals a day there on campus. So there you see the overall School for the Deaf and Blind budget. And I will pause there and turn it over to Dr. Vanderford.
Good morning. For the Office of the Chief Accountability Officer, under the Mississippi Community Oriented Policing Services, which is also known as the MCOPS grant, we're asking for an increase in general funds of $1 million over the FY20 funding level. So in FY20, we awarded grants to 174 school resource officers that were serving in 361 schools. So these awards are $10,000 each with a local match of $10,000. So the additional funding would allow MDE to grant awards to an additional 100 SROs in FY22 to serve the schools within the state. In educator misconduct, the proposed budget reflects an overall increase in general funds of $35,405. And this additional funding is necessary due to the increase in the number of investigations and allegations of violations of the Mississippi Educator Code of Conduct. The statewide assessment system reflects an overall increase of $48,067 over the FY20 funding level, and these funds are just necessary to administer the computer-based statewide assessments to comply with state and federal law. Next slide, please. In the Office of Accreditation, we are asking for an overall increase in general funds of $308,484 over the funding that we received in FY20. This past year, we were able to conduct 3 on-site full investigative audits. The increased funding will provide the Office of Accreditation the additional capacity that we need to conduct approximately 25 on-site reviews of compliance with accreditation standards and accountability requirements. So basically, this money would just reinstate the process that we used with our accreditation audit teams that we solicit through an RFA process, and that was instituted in 2012 by the legislature. In the Office of Student Assessment, we would like to establish an Office of Test Security. So therefore, we are requesting an increase in general funds of $311,150 over the FY20 funding level. And so this increase in general funds would allow us to establish the Office of Test Security, provide 3 additional pins, where currently we only have 1 pin assigned to this role. And of course, the increase would include the salary and the fringe and benefits for the 3 pins, as well as travel expenses for the employees within the office. And the next slide is just an overview of the Office of Accountability breakdown by each of the program areas. At this time, I'll turn it over to Mr. Kramer.
Okay, thank you. So the Office of Technology and Strategic Services has three primary new responsibilities or new expectations that we would like the budget to help us meet in FY22. The largest increase is something we've been talking about for quite a while now, which is the 3.5 as the annualized ask over 3 years for the emphasis modernization. The second piece is to increase support for districts of just under $1 million. When we originally has established engineering support for districts, we had a broader team of engineers able to move across the state and work directly with the infrastructure network teams of the districts inside of their own shops so that they could modernize their own infrastructure to meet the expectations, needs, security, testing, and so forth. So this increase was to reestablish the full capacity of that program, which we believe in the age of COVID and the push towards digital learning will be critical moving forward. The third increase is related to expanding the security posture of the MDE, both in terms of getting the software and hardware capabilities increased within the department and training our staff to work in our new, more robust, secure environment. Overall, then, in the next slide, you can see that the increase really does largely reflect mostly on the network side, but other increases, including our ability to support the districts. And with that, I believe we turn it over to Felicia.
Okay. Next is the Office of Educational Accountability, and that office is just requesting level funding, and that office is Sonia Amos's office, and it does include internal audit as well. Excuse me. Again, just requesting level funding. Office of Chief Operations Officer. In the Office of Chief Operation, again, that is where, excuse me, all of the legislative flow-through items are housed. So this budget actually shows on paper a decrease of 7.5 million, and that is for the flow-through items. We have close to $12 million of flow-through that comes through our office, and only about 4 million of those flow-through items are actually MDE requests. So we're not requesting those particular items in our budget ask, but we are increasing our budget by 5 positions. Currently, we have 5 positions that are funded by the Mississippi School for the Blind and Deaf, and those positions are in the Office of Accounting, and they're funded by the School for Deaf and Blind because we support those schools through our operations. But there is legislation that is currently in the works that will move the Mississippi School for Deaf and Blind to a LEA in terms of the way they operate, much like what is happening to the Mississippi School for the Arts. So those positions will need to be replaced for MDE. So we're requesting that those 5 positions be replaced through general fund dollars. And that is our total ask there. Next is the Office of Chief of Staff. We're just requesting a small inflationary increase there of $14,000. And that is just basically inflation cost and additional costs for drug testing and our administration of our cafeteria plan. Office of Communications and Government Relations, a small increase there for all of the additional expenses associated with SBA spotlights and other efforts that the office is doing to give MDE more visibility. Is $27,000. And our last office is the Office of the State Superintendent. We're not requesting any additional funding there. We're requesting level funding. Questions? That concludes the presentation.
Okay, any questions from board members?
Hey, I just have one quick question. Based on what we've experienced with COVID and things of that nature, I just want to hear from the team your thoughts around, do we feel like we've got contingency for, like, if there's a second wave or something that happens, do we feel like we're thinking some contingency spending, or are we so tight that we have what we have?
Dr. Wright, maybe you can cover the recent survey that was given out to the LEAs and the response, and maybe it's John that summarizes the federal dollars that were sent out to the districts and how that's being spent both retroactively and prospectively for the LEAs.
Right. So the CARES Act, the money that we have coming to K-12 was $169.9 million. Of those dollars, MDE can retain 10%, 0.5 of which is used for administrative purposes, leaving us with 9.5 of those dollars remaining. All other dollars will go directly to the districts to offset any costs or impact that COVID-19 may have had on them. The governor also has $34.6 million in CARES money to offset any impact on COVID. So the biggest thing that we've noticed throughout this entire thing is the lack of connectivity for children across the state, typically in the poor areas of our state and in the more rural areas of our state. So we've been working on a pretty broad plan, and Dr. Dean's been heavily involved with this, to address statewide needs around education where technology is concerned. Part of that was a very thorough needs assessment. I'm going to turn this over to John. John is actually going to be giving you an update at the board meeting today specifically on this. But we then knew that with the monies that were coming in and the plan that we had put together, we put together a $250 million plan, because the other money that came into the state because of COVID were the stabilization dollars. And that was the $1.25 billion that came into Mississippi. So we've been working with the Alliance for Nonprofits and Philanthropy as well. And they have been very supportive of our work to help develop this plan. If you remember last month, I gave you the overview of what the elements were. We then sent a very detailed needs assessment to the districts, asking them specifically, because we needed the actual numbers to go along with each of the pieces of the plan. So John, I'm going to turn this over to you. I know you're going to be going into this with more detail, maybe at a higher level. Just let the board know what the results were, and then we can discuss a little bit more at the board meeting if we need to.
Sure. So as Dr. Wright mentioned, the plan itself has 6 key components to it that really derived out of a careful analysis that we did back earlier in the spring. We released in late April a digital learning guide document for the districts that walked through all of the pieces that we believed would be critical to their success. Dr. Wright outlined our request to the legislature a few weeks ago and hit on the idea for not only devices, but help with the devices, both in terms of training, professional development, and support. The issues of connectivity, as Dr. Wright just mentioned a moment ago, but also looking at software, content, professional development for everybody who's involved in this process, from the technology side all the way to the teachers and everyone in between. How to think about pushing this out remotely, in the sense of, for the first time, districts really managing devices outside of their environment, which is a different security posture, as well as issues around telehealth, teletherapy, and the social emotional needs of students, which we see sort of shifting and getting exacerbated by the COVID situation. So as Dr. Wright mentioned, the survey we asked really was getting into the details, and then we presented our initial findings to the legislature yesterday, and then we'll be sharing that again at the board meeting a little later on. But really it is meant to be thinking about not just about the technology and the instructional materials and how they're delivered, but how do we help the people who are responsible for delivering this and finding, based on the resources the legislature appropriates, the ability of our vendors and partners, as well as providing support through coaches and other team members from MDE out to the world to make sure that the implementation is as sound as possible as we push forward a pretty aggressive one-to-one initiative across the state.
So another answer to your question, Mr. Suggs, is that we've built some monies into this budget, such as the $3.5 million for the upgrade to MSIS. But there is a broader ask that is on the table now for the legislature of the $250 million, which would provide us a statewide plan to ensure that children had high quality instructional materials districts had learning management systems. Students could then download that onto the devices. We pretty much would pretty close to a one-to-one device to student across the state. And we're trying to get ahead of this because I don't think there's any doubt in anybody's mind, at least certainly not the medical professionals, that there is going to be a resurgence and we're going to be back where we were in terms of online learning. So we're trying to mitigate that through not only the budget request that we put forward to you and to the legislature, but also through the plan that we have put together, the digital learning plan we put together, that we're asking the legislature to fund as well.
Understand. Thank you.
Great question. Other questions from board members? Any other questions? I'll just maybe make some concluding comments and ask for questions again, and then we'll adjourn. I know everybody can appreciate the unusual time that we're in, and certainly Felicia appreciate the work that you've done on this, and recognize and acknowledge, we have deadlines, and with the August 1st deadline, we're doing what we have to do to get our request in. I don't know if they give you any space to put, budget notes, but maybe in an opening letter, we just acknowledge that, we're going through our process as if everything was normal, but we recognize the situation that the state's in. I mean, you have the state economists telling everybody there'll be a $1 billion hole in the budget by next spring, and I don't want us to look tone deaf, into what's going on, in the state. So, I don't want to apologize for this request, but also want to put it in context of we're just going through our required motions, particularly on the MAEP formula. So It doesn't look like, we're just asking, for more money without regard to the current situation. So I know that we'll address that. And again, we'll probably need to, circle back around after we see our FY21 final budget, which in theory will be at the end of this month. At some point, I hope maybe Elbow would ask for a revised, budget request for FY22. Maybe they won't. Maybe we just address that in the Elbow hearings. So, that's down the road. I know we're doing what we have to do.
One thought on that, though, Dr. Dean, because you mentioned it earlier, is there a way that we could come and revisit it? And Felicia, I'm going to throw this back to you. Once we know what that is by the end of June, we've got a July board meeting coming up. We could certainly schedule another work session if we needed to revise the proposal prior to the August 1st deadline. Felicia, that would be reasonable, right?
It is. And actually, Dr. Dean and Dr. Wright, you actually vote on the budget at the July board meeting. So if there are any changes that we need to make before you actually vote, we certainly can, because as Dr. Oakley indicated, we do not have that $1 million included in our current ask in the budget for AP reimbursement and dual credit classes reimbursement. So that is another $1 million that we will go back and adjust in the budget if it's the board's pleasure, and any other adjustments that we have. And I can certainly, touch bases with you after we have a better idea of what our FY21 appropriation will be.
I like that. I like the process. I like the timing. And again, I'm not, I think we're all on board. I don't know why I keep apologizing. I just know there's been a lot of work done, and I acknowledge that work, and we're just doing, what we requested, but at the same time, I think it, we work regularly and daily with the legislature and the executive branch, and we just, I don't want them to, make it appear that we're not, aware of what's going on. So let's do that in July, or in between now and July, I guess. As after we see our budget, know in which direction to take that, and then I don't know. This might be a separate conversation offline, even about MAEP, and that's probably related to. The timing's a little bit different. We can't wait until they agree, they being the legislature, agrees on a budget to make our case that we need to spend down as much of the in-fund balance or the rainy day fund as possible before we make decisions to cut MAEP. And I think that's probably an action item like this week. And we maybe thinking through the strategy, and I'd love to hear from other board members. I think it's at a minimum a letter signed by the State Board of Education. If someone could draft it and maybe, send it around and we could sign it ASAP, just because I think it's just, I'm beleaguering the point, but it's just bad form to say, let's cut the formula before we spend down the rainy day fund. I mean, that's what it's there for, obviously. So any other board members have any thoughts, questions, objections to that approach? Just to kind of draw a line in the sand and say, you can't just cut us without spending your savings.
Mr. Chairman, this is John Kelly. You really answered the question that I was going to ask, and that is, what should this look like? And you've identified a perfect, I think, scenario or a way to move forward. That is a letter coming from the State Board of Education stating our position on this, because, silence really denotes consent. And I don't think any of us want to see the MAEP not fully funded, but having them start to cut without looking for other sources of the fund. And we all know that there is a pretty good rainy day fund that's available, and it's just a matter of where they elect to take the money from, or how much they're going to leave there and not use it for other items. And I think that with the advent of COVID-19, our timing could not be better in terms of pressing for more, because everybody has seen what this looks like and how it affects school children all over the state. So I like the idea of the letter, and would certainly be willing to have my name on it as well.
Well, thank you, sir.
Dr. Dean,
Yes,
Dr. Dean, I agree. And I think we have to remind the legislature too, and not let them off the hook. We have to remind them of the fact that no other state agency has been impacted like education's been impacted. And it's just time to step up and do. Otherwise, we're going to lose grades of children and their progression through school and their academic achievement. So, that's why rainy day funds there.
Yep. So I welcome other comments from other board members, but at a minimum, I'll ask our very capable ELT team and Dr. Wright, whoever you think should take the lead to draft a letter ASAP, and then we'll send it around. And I'm pretty sure we have electronic versions of everyone's signature if we just need to add it. But I think this is the sooner the better situation, given the level of discussions around the budget and the timing of the end of the session. So any other thoughts?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chairman, did the economist differentiate in his estimation about the hole for next spring about how he felt that breakdown would be? If it is more for education, in other words, the whole is larger, could that be reflected in the letter? Does that make sense to you, what I'm asking?
I hear where you're going. We can get, I think his name's Darren Webb, get his presentation for sure. The headline, and it was a presentation from the legislature, I wasn't there, but the headline was, $1 billion plus hole by, that we'll start digging ourselves out of next spring. And of course, things, constantly change. If there's no resurgence, that's going to change things. As there is a resurgence, that'll change things. But from my point of view, I think you make a good point in that if I'm writing the letter, I'm saying the state economist said there's $1 billion projected deficit. Education receives 48% of the general fund. We can expect a $500 million cut based on that logic, right? So, seeing this storm brewing,
exactly,
we're asking you, not to do this right. And then, again, the legislature might say, we think this is a 2 or 3 year issue. We're going to slowly bleed out the rainy day fund.
Absolutely.
A logical reason. I think we respect, the political leadership, but honestly, this is about we should not allow them to have that, shiny general, the rainy day fund that's maxed out as a nice thing to have, while everybody else is getting cut. I think they've got to be urged to spend that down.
Dr. Green, can I just make sure I'm a point of clarity, because we will certainly be responsible for drafting this letter. I want to be clear. Are you talking about do you want the request to read full funding for MAEP, or do you want the request to read the same level of funding that we currently have for MAEP?
So again, I think given the last 20 years of talking about MAEP, I think that question's super critical and semantics are important. Again, I want the board to respond here. I think, the critical point that is really inarguable is before you start talking about lowering what you've already funded for FY21 in MAEP, we would urge you to spend down the rainy day fund first. So if you're going to cut MAEP by X, I don't know what that X is. Let's say it's $100 million. We would say take that out of the rainy day fund first. So there's some unknowns in terms of, yes, there's talk that there's going to be a cut, but nobody, 5%. Okay, what's that number? If it's whatever that number is, then it's replace that number to flat fund where we were with the rainy day fund, unless it's of course in excess of $500 million, which it's not.
So just to be clear, you're saying the letter should read to maintain the current level of funding using the rainy day fund as needed, but not necessarily talking about the full funding of MAEP, but the current level of funding.
Yes, just don't cut what we've already have. I guess we're talking school year 1920. Don't reduce spending this current school year, given everything that's going on, before you deplete the rainy day fund.
Mr. Chairman, this is John Kelly. I don't disagree with anything that has been said, but I would also put a preamble in there before I make that statement, put a preamble in there that expresses the need for more funding beyond what they have given to MAEP. And then the next sentence, I would say, what just has been said, and that is, we certainly don't want to make sure we lose anything that you've already given us in the past. But put a preamble in there, put a stake in the ground saying that we really need it to be fully funded. Absence of that, please don't cut us. Go to the rainy day fund and pull from that whatever you had anticipated giving us. Here's the other thing I would suggest, and it's just my suggestion, is that we check in with our two chairs, let them know the letter is coming over, so that they won't be surprised by getting a letter from the State Board of Education. And for those who have relationships with those two chairs, it may be a good idea for us to check in with them. I know Richard Bennett on this end pretty well, and I don't mind giving Richard a call and just saying to him, as a board member, as a fellow Coastian, here's what's coming. And would appreciate that that you use your level of influence to make sure that we don't get any cuts here.
Could not agree more.
Good point.
Okay, well, I just again look forward to that draft letter. Kind of a priority. So, any other thoughts or questions, comments from any of our board members before I ask for a motion to adjourn?
Just one note, Dr. Dean, Deborah Douglas has asked everybody just to stay on this Zoom meeting. You can mute your video, mute your mic, but she's trying to make the transition from the budget meeting to the board meeting as easy as possible. So mute your video, mute your mic, and then back on at 10. Does that make sense to everybody?
And then we'll pause the video side from the department.
Okay.
Got it.
Let me ask a technical question. I get what you're saying. Is the link, the Zoom link, different from the 8:30 budget meeting and the 10 a.m. board meeting, or is it the same Zoom link?
Tamala, you're on the line. Is it the same or different?
I am on the line. I think there may be a different password. There's a different password. So that's why we want people to just stay on this one. I just want it to be easier for you all to transition from one meeting to the next meeting. We'll pause everything from here. The stream will be paused and everything.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Yes, sir, Mr. Suggs.
No, I just said sounds good. No problem.
Okay. If there's not any other comments, then I'll ask for an adjournment as we will reconvene in 28 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, this is John Kelly. I'll offer up that motion to adjourn.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second, this is Sean Suggs.
Thank you, Ms. Suggs. There's a motion and a second to adjourn the meeting. Not hearing any discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Go on mute and stop video, and we'll talk again in 28 minutes. 8:30 a.m. Budget discussion. And so we're back, and like to welcome everybody and remind you, if you're Zooming in or calling in, if you're not talking, please put your computer on mute or your phone on mute. And as a reminder, if you are talking, take it off of mute so we can hear you. I am Jason Dean, chairman of the Mississippi Board of Education, present at Madison, Mississippi. This meeting of the Board of Education is being held today, Thursday, June 11th, 2020 at 10 a.m. via teleconference and video means pursuant to Mississippi Code annotated section 2541.5. Notice of this meeting was posted in accordance with state law and included the date, time, place, and purpose of the meeting, and identified the location of the meeting available to the public. An audio recording is being made of this meeting, and minutes of this meeting will be recorded. This meeting is also being live streamed. Dr. Carrie Wright is present in Madison, Mississippi to participate in this teleconference meeting. We'll do announcement of a quorum now. As I call the names of the board members, please state the location of your presence for this meeting. Mrs. Rosemary Altman.
I'm here in Clinton, Mississippi.
Miss Nancy Collins. Okay, I'll
Here, Tupelo, Mississippi.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Karen Elam.
Here in Oxford, Mississippi.
Dr. John Kelly. I'll come back. Mrs. Brittany Rye.
Present here in Starkville, Mississippi.
Mr. Sean Suggs.
Present here in Blue Springs, Mississippi.
Mr. Omar Jamil.
Present in Hernando, Mississippi.
Okay, is Dr. Kelly aboard?
I see him.
You say?
I'm sorry, let me unmute my phone. Okay, here we go.
Mark you as present, sir. So she's no longer a board member officially. We're just having a discussion. I know Shelby's on the phone as well.
Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
All right, I am still here.
Okay, great, thank you. Shelby's on board as well, but we'll refer to her in just a little while. A quorum of the board is present at the location stated for the purpose of conducting a meeting through teleconference and video means. The June 11th, 2020 board meeting is now called to order at 10:04 a.m. Since this is a teleconference meeting, please identify yourself if you're on the phone when making questions, making comments, or making motions. Next, we'll do our Pledge of Allegiance as well as the invocation. I'll lead us in the pledge, and I've asked Mrs. Rye to do our invocation. So here's our flag. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag
Of the United States of America. And to the republic for which it stands,
one nation,
under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Ms. Rye, if you'll lead us in the invocation.
Yes, if you'll please bow your head. Dear Heavenly Father, Lord, I just thank you for today, and I thank you for this opportunity for us to gather and to serve our state, Lord. I just thank you for who you are and your faithfulness and your goodness to us, Lord. And I pray, Lord, that for our country, Lord, I pray for us in these times, Lord, that are unknown, Lord, that we would remember that you are our Father and that we are all your children, Lord. I pray that you would guide us today, Lord. Help us to be diligent in our decisions that we're making. Help us to continue to make these decisions, Lord, that would be purposeful for the children and for all the schools, Lord, as we go down these waters, Lord, that have been uncharted, Lord. Just help us to make the decisions, Lord, that would be most impactful to the schools, Lord. Be with those that are at MDE staff. Be with the superintendents and principals and teachers and all other staff that are involved, Lord. And again, Lord, we just thank you for this day. Amen.
Thank you. Amen. All right, we'll move to the approval of the minutes. The May 21st, 2020 board meeting. You should have a copy of the minutes in your board package. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
Mr. Chairman, John Kelly, I so move.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second, Brittany Rye.
Thank you. Motion with the second. Hear no discussion. All those in favor, signify by saying
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Okay, now we'll move to the approval of the agenda. You have the agenda before you. If there are any additions or to the agenda, I'll entertain a motion to do so now. Okay.
This is Sean Suggs, so move.
Okay, there's a motion.
Karen Elam, second.
Right. Motion with a second. I'll take that as a motion to approve the full agenda without any additions or deletions. I'll move to consent. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? So the next part of this is, are there any items on the consent agenda that members would like to pull out for discussion? If so, I'll entertain a motion to do so now. Okay, no motion. So our agenda is approved as presented without amendment.
Your conference is already in progress. For 12 hours, 9 minutes, press pound or star to continue the conference. Otherwise, your conference will end in 1 hour, 15 minutes.
It sounds like that's a Zoom issue. I don't know if y'all heard the same thing I heard.
Yes.
What I heard was we got an hour and 15 minutes to get through our board meeting because we stayed on the conference line from our budget meeting. Tamala, I'll ask you to check into that. We don't want to summarily be cut off here in I guess 11:30. Let's keep an eye on that. All right. So now we'll move to the report of the state superintendent, Dr. Wright.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Dean. And board members, welcome. It's good to see all of you. Hope all of you are well. It's been a busy month. I've had several virtual meetings, obviously. We met with all MDE employees to keep them abreast of what was happening, any of the new executive orders that had been issued, anything that we knew that they were going to have to, rules, basically the health and safety rules they were going to have to follow when they came back in. I've met with my Superintendent's Advisory Council. They've been heavily involved in what we've been doing. I also met with all superintendents across the state and the technology coordinators across the state in a meeting to walk them through the needs assessment that we finally issued to them. John's going to talk to you about that in just a second, to make sure that they knew what it was coming, to make sure they knew how important it was that it be completed and sent back, because all of these data points that we were getting from them were being fed into the statewide plan that John's going to talk to you about a little bit later. I also had a call with the Mississippi State Medical Association. They were so pleased with our inclusion of the telehealth and teletherapy into our plan. Very supportive of that. In fact, they're writing a letter of support to the elected leadership as well. So they were just thrilled to be a partner with us. We have had ongoing calls. Chiefs for Change has had ongoing calls. SREB, we have Chiefs only calls every other week. We've got weekly, actually we've got 2 calls a week with CCSSO Chiefs, and that has been invaluable. It's Chiefs only, and it gives us a chance to talk about what's happening around the nation, struggles that everyone's having, ideas that we're sharing so that we're not all reinventing the exact same wheel. I've also been interviewed. WLOX was one interview that I've had since I've seen you last. I've been on Paul Gallo. Actually, Pete and I were on Paul Gallo's show, and we were the first interview after they had reopened the studio. So they were just so excited to have, I think, some faces sitting across that they could talk to versus just online. I was also interviewed by the Wall Street Journal and also by CNN. And so lots of people wanting to know what's going on. I want to really recognize 2 groups of superintendents that have really been partners with us. The first group that has been under Dr. Benita Coleman's leadership, we just are getting ready to issue what we're calling considerations for reopening in Mississippi schools. And the superintendents on that work group are Todd English, Jason Harris, Adrian Hamit, Hammett, I'm sorry, Tess Smith, Charlotte Seals, Lance Evans, Matt Dillon, and Miskia Davis. So they work together to produce this document. We are conducting 2 virtual webinars with all superintendents across the state to familiarize them with that. They did it in 3-month increments, which I think is a really good way to look at it. What do we need to be thinking about in June? What do we need to be thinking about in July? And what do we need to think about in August? And then they're going to reissue another one for the next 3 months. And the other group of superintendents is working directly with Dr. Dobbs. That group, Tim Martin, Michelle Bivens, Lundy Brantley, Glenn East, and Ray Margino. And they're going to be looking at guidelines around athletics, extracurricular activities, as well as safety and health. So that group has just started working directly with Dr. Dobbs. Pete and I and Jason and John have had several meetings with our ed chairs, the lieutenant governor, the governor's ed policy advisor has been in those meetings, as well as Dr. Dean. And I really want to say something specifically about Dr. Dean's leadership. As busy as he is with his own work, he has been, he's made himself available every single time we've needed him. He and I have been on pretty much almost daily phone calls, if not emails. But he has given so much time and energy. Not only is he doing this for us and the technology plan that we're moving forward with the state, he's been serving, as you know, on the governor's Mississippi Restart Commission. And he has been available just anytime we've needed him. And I just think you couldn't have a board chair that has really been out front. And so, Dr. Dean, I want to thank you for that personally, because it means a lot to have your board chair sitting there when you're talking about some of the major things that we're talking about and being so supportive as well. I did get a call from Secretary DeVos. She was checking in to see how things were going and how could the department be more helpful. Were we struggling with anything? And actually, she's turned me on to, I haven't even had a chance to tell Dr. Dean this. She was at the SpaceX launch, and she got involved in a conversation with a gentleman who is responsible for launching rockets in the air containing satellites. And the whole idea is for worldwide broadband. So far they've launched 480 satellites. They've got a goal of 600. I think the first, obviously, application is going to be the military, but I've got a call scheduled with him because I want to see how, if we could partner, I don't know where these satellites are, obviously, that's not my world, but it made my ears perk up. So I mentioned, when she mentioned this to me about being at SpaceX and what was happening, I said, oh my gosh, that is like right down our alley with what we're talking around about this statewide technology plan and connectivity. So I'm hopeful that even if he is not able to immediately help meet our needs, that down the road, this might be a really good partner. He's the senior vice president of SpaceX, actually. So this could be a really fruitful call, actually. Let me see. I know we've been getting a lot of questions about assessment and about savings on assessments since we did not administer the statewide assessment. So I've asked Paula to put together a couple of slides to go over with you so you can see where we are currently and any potential savings that we expect because we did not administer the assessments this spring. So Dr. Vanderford, if you could take over from here.
Okay, thank you. If you'll advance the slides, Josh, Dr. Wright has already gone over the goal slides this morning earlier with our board presentation during our budget meeting. But as you know, the Office of Student Assessment and our contracts touch all of our 6 goals and every aspect of our strategic plan. The first slide that I will show you are our potential contractual savings for FY20. So this is as of today. We have constantly been working with our vendors since our stop work orders as a result of COVID-19. And so what we have listed here are the 4 vendors, 2 vendors, 4 contracts that we will have savings as a result of for FY20. Of course, you will not see ACT and Renaissance Learning because those actually have fixed prices based on the number of students that are administered. So as of today, this is where we are. We pay our contracts in 4 quarterly payments, as you know, and each quarter, at the end of the quarter, when we receive our invoices, the Office of Student Assessment, of course, looks at the scope of work, the deliverables, and ensures that all of the deliverables for that quarter have been met before we remit payment. So as you can see right now, our anticipated savings in the far right column for FY20 that we have been in conversations and consulted with vendors and have agreed upon at this time. You'll see data recognition, our DRC for MAP for science grades 5 and 8, and our biology and U.S. history end of course assessment savings right now for 4th quarter are $221,512. You'll see the 3rd column to the right is what our final payment would have been. And then the 2nd to the last column, of course, is what we anticipate the final 4th quarter payment to be when we receive our invoices at the end of June, and then the savings. And so we can go down lost links. This contract is a little bit different. We have just finished our last year of this contract, and we are working through the process for releasing an RFP for a new ALPT assessment. And the way that contract is done, it's like fixed prices across the board. And this window for the Lost Links assessment opened earlier. So we did have a number of students, approximately, I think, 1/3 of the population that should have taken the test were actually administered the test, scored, received their results with that assessment. And then the 3rd column down is our Questar contract for MAP, grades 3 through 8 in math and ELA, and our end of course in Algebra 1 and English 2. The initial payment for 4th quarter should have been $2,174,000, and we will owe them $170,000 and have just a little over a $2 million savings there. And with our Questar MAP A contract for ELA and math in grades 3 and 8 and science grades 5 and 8, and our end of course assessments in Algebra 1, biology, and English 2, you'll see the 4th quarter payment should have been $550,000 roughly, and then the final payment will be $343,836 with a little over $200,000 savings there. So the MAP A window, if you will recall, materials had been shipped, the window was open, and students were ready to be administered the MAP A assessment actually on the first day that the classes were canceled due to COVID. So roughly right now, we're seeing a $2.4 million savings over our FY20 over these contracts. And just keep in mind, because a lot of individuals have said, oh gosh, that's a lot of general funds, but all of these contracts are paid out of various funding sources, which include our general funds, our EEF funds, and of course, federal funds. So if you'll advance to the next slide, please.
Paula, can I
So
just...
this is our contracts for FY21, all of which the board has approved for the upcoming school year. And you will see the total amount of contractual savings at the end. And of course, there were items in some contracts that, such as standard setting, item writing development. Just to cite some examples that were not completed in FY20 that we had to carry over into FY21. So that's why we may not see as much of an anticipated savings for the upcoming school year. And of course, each year we negotiate the contract based on our needs for that upcoming year. So the FY21 contracts have some increases to meet our needs, as well as some decreases as a result of COVID. So our FY20 actual, this is an actual number, savings, with the exception of the ELPT assessment. And right now that is, we anticipate, that ELPT assessment could range anywhere from $300,000 to $500,000 when the RFP comes in. But right now we stand at 1.6 million savings for FY21, and you'll see at the bottom of both charts that as of today, our savings are just a little over $4 million over the 2 contractual years. So the next slide, I think, is just a question slide, and I'll just pause if anyone has any questions. But again, those numbers are as of today. We are continuing to work through the process in preparation to pay the fourth quarter invoices.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Vanderford. As you know, the governor passed an executive order requiring all schools to offer summer learning to all students. And so we also passed out guidance around that, and also had them fill out questionnaires to send us back. All the districts resubmitted. And part of what remember when I came to you last month, and instead of saying that the state board would approve, you granted me the authority to approve so we could get them turned around quicker. So now what you're getting today, which is also due to the governor at the same time, but we wanted to give it to you first, is a summary of what those summer learning plans look like. So Dr. Oakley, if you would be so kind as to take this one. Are you on mute? Because we can't hear you. Nathan, can you hear us? Can you hear me?
For a second. I can hear. Are y'all good? Can you see the screen?
Okay.
Great. So the summer learning at home and summer enrichment plans have been coming back from districts. We've been in the midst of review of those over the last couple of weeks. I want to give you an update on where we are with those at this point in time. As Paula shared earlier, the work that we've done during closure aligns directly with the state board's vision and mission and goals, as the primary focus of the department from the academic ed side has been to support districts as they continue to work with students and families while buildings were closed. So as Dr. Wright shared, the background on this, this plan was designed to meet the requirements of the Executive Order 1476 and to ensure that districts were working deliberately to facilitate continued student learning during school closure. We are planning to post those individual district plans on the department website in the coming week, and then we'll be providing a summary to Governor Reeves as well. So we broke this down into buckets, if you will. And the first one was around how districts were delivering instruction during the building closure in the fourth 9 weeks. And what I've provided is just a summary account for each of these buckets of the plan. And I've bolded and enlarged kind of the area where most districts took a particular approach. By and large, we had districts offering blended approaches to support students, both e-learning for those students that had computer access, as well as packets and assignments that were available for pickup or were delivered directly to families. Keep in mind, as we look at this slide, as well as the slides that follow, this will not total exactly our district count, because we had districts that were taking multiple approaches in some cases. They may have been doing taking some approaches with some grades, other approaches with other grades. And so we do recognize that the numbers do not match up directly with our district count. When we looked at the content being used during the closure, the majority of our districts were using not only department resources, MDE resources, but also resources that were developed locally or hosted locally or selected locally beyond what the department was putting out on the website. Districts had flexibility, as you know, to adjust how they were calculating their final course grades during the 1920 school year. The majority of districts used an approach where they took the first, second, and third 9 weeks average and then averaged it with grades from fourth 9 weeks assignments to get to a end of year grade. Many districts took different approaches, even within that category, provided some explanation of how they did that. Perhaps the fourth term grades were averaged in, but there couldn't be a negative impact from that fourth term, given that students were away from school, away from the school building. But that was the overwhelming approach to grading for that 1920 school year, particularly in light of the change in the fourth term. When we asked districts about summer learning and enrichment, as required by the executive order, again, as we expected to see, most districts were taking a blended approach to this, making e-learning opportunities available to students through department resources that we have released, as well as through packets that were available for pickup at school or being delivered to families. I know that some districts have taken an approach to offer some on-campus learning opportunities this summer in small groups, with small groups of students. The department did share CDC guidance back several weeks ago, and we know some districts were interested in pursuing that approach to support students in the broad sense, as well as to ensure that they were serving students with disabilities that may have qualified for extended school year services under IDEA. We also asked districts about how they were communicating and kind of tracking on summer learning opportunities. By and large, districts are using social media. This is a big change from where we were 7 years ago. If you'd asked districts to use social media to communicate with parents 7 years ago, you would have been looked at with great consternation, but it is widely embraced by districts now as a communication means for families in their communities. We also have noted a lot of districts, if you look at the numbers, are sending text messages directly to parents and sending emails and posting information online, but they're also using print media. I noted several districts that indicated they were making personal calls to families, had teachers calling out directly to communicate with families of children during closure and in the summer. So I will pause there. We will be posting the individual plans online, but wanted to get you a summary of this as a matter of information.
All right, thank you, Nathan. I appreciate that. Our last update for you is around our statewide digital learning plan. And John Craman is going to bring you up to speed on what we have done thus far, give you an idea of where we're headed. And I just want to also really give John tremendous credit. He has been, you talk about somebody that's been working 24/7 with our national consultant. We were on a call, and they had been sharing pivot tables up until 3 and 4 in the morning to try to get all this done. So John has really been very diligent about this. A lot of folks have recognized the true talent that lies within John's leadership and his knowledge base where this is concerned. There's a lot of work that lies ahead, no doubt, but we are hopeful that the legislature will give us the money to do this so that we can really move forward as a state for education in the future. So John, I'm going to turn this over to you.
Thanks, Dr. Wright. So the presentation today is to talk about the results of the needs assessment, as Dr. Wright said, but to start with the vision and the mission. To me and to the conversations we have with my team, as well as with the leadership of the MDE, Chairman Dean, members of the legislature, and from the districts themselves, is this is a transformational moment if we do move forward with this fully funded. Thinking about how we deliver world-class education to students through virtual means, and to make sure that we are thinking carefully about the implications of how we do that with regard to the policy, direction, guidance, and so forth that we give to the districts. This has been a pretty intense couple months, and we are looking forward to continue to work with the legislature and see where they come down on this, and then, of course, turn our attention to the vendor side and to the districts to get this rolled out. If you advance the next slide, the use of a world-class data system has been the focus of a lot of what we do within OTSS, but the reality is that does touch everything else, and how we think about the rest of the strategic plan and the goals really does dependent in part on the data we have and how we can use electronic means to do our work better. Go to the next slide. So Dr. Wright has outlined for you all already in the past, and this was the basis of our presentation to the legislature a few weeks ago when she originally outlined our request to them. This is a pretty broad set of topics, and each of them is pretty complicated in and of themselves. But to think about this is, as we talked about earlier during the budget conversation this morning, we have to think about the devices that we have in kids' hands. How do those devices communicate with their teachers in the schools through the internet? What content is there? How are the software available and configured to deliver that content? And a real critical piece, which comes back again and again, and this came up a lot yesterday with the legislature, is that how we're thinking about supporting the people using the technology. Getting the technology right is complicated, but it's all manageable. But the reality is how do you use it to make education feel different, feel better, and really leverage the potential of a digital instructional program. Obviously, securing those networks, securing those devices, protecting the students, and supporting those who are using the technology is critical. But also in telehealth and teletherapy, we're really talking about other aspects of education that we may have taken for granted before, but now that students are home alone, working in a different environment than they're used to, it does place a strain on them and their families, and we want to make sure that we are thinking not only about the education of the students, but the whole child. Next slide. So Dr. Wright presented our request to the legislature a few weeks ago for $250 million to roll out a one-to-one initiative across to leverage both the stabilization funds as well as the CARES Act funds. We have several pieces of information we need to be able to move forward. One of those is the needs assessment, which is the piece that we are going to talk about here in a second. But obviously, once we know what the districts need, or now that we know what the districts need, the question becomes, how do we leverage the statewide quantities that we're looking at and the integration of products and services to get the best price for the state? And then ultimately, we're going to need to make sure that we have then not only procurement authority, but then to think through how we're going to roll that out and deliver that in a timely manner with school, around the corner for the next school year. The next slide. So Dr. Wright mentioned in her remarks earlier that she had spoken with the superintendents and the tech directors. That was at the end of May. And we walked through what our intention was. And we had also, OTSS had been talking to our technical advisory committee about the types of questions and the types of issues that we would need to identify through the needs assessment. And I believe it's already been mentioned, but off of the digital learning guidance document that was released in April, we've been continuing to kind of drive down the same road toward a clear but comprehensive picture of what we're trying to establish. So we are really excited. I was really excited that we got all but 2 districts responded to the needs assessment. One needs assessment was incomplete, but some critical information was contained in it. But all but 2 districts responding was, I think, was a lot better than I thought it was going to be. And they all met the deadline at 5:00 p.m. on Friday, with some of them turning them in even a day or 2 earlier. We did have a follow-up webinar with superintendents and tech directors the week that the needs assessment was out, and addressed as best as possible all the questions that they had. And the quality of the responses really suggests that they had a good picture for what they were trying to tell us, and it was consistent with what we were hoping to learn from them. So while we did, with a fine-tooth comb, go through the data multiple passes to make sure we really did understand what the data said and what they said collectively across a particular district response as well as across the districts. We did have several follow-up calls with districts across over the weekend across the state after the 5th to really understand what some of the more confusing signals may have been, but these were really marginal cases. One instance is that a district listed the devices they wanted, but then listed as other devices they wanted were the peripherals, the cases, for instance, for the devices. And once we cleared that up, we understood the quantity. We also were comparing this against our original cost model, which we had revised the week prior to really understand what our expectations were at a student level. So then when we compared a student level and Title I enrollment and teacher count against the needs assessment, we were able to go in and clarify with districts about specific quantities that we're looking for to understand what they're really asking for. So again, we were started with a district model. We moved to to a student level model. And now that we have the actual data from the districts, the next step is to move towards pricing. And throughout all of this, with a couple minor exceptions, really the remarkable thing has been the stability of the model. So our original projections bore out when we looked at the student level data, including Title I, and they were reinforced again by what the districts themselves told us they needed. So we feel very confident behind both the data we have as well as the original ask of $250 million that we are in the right ballpark and that we are very clear from our assumptions into actual data that we're on the right path. Next slide. So the first thing we asked the districts, and this really came out of conversations with Chairman Bennett and other members of the legislature, was to really understand how the districts were spending the CARES Act money separate from the stabilization funds that we're requesting the $250 million from, in alignment with this plan overall. We asked them about the specific priorities that they had and anticipated or had committed money to cover those or to fund those activities. These were based on guidance that Nathan and Quentin provided to the districts throughout the process about CARES Act. And we found that while some districts would say no dollars and some districts would say all their CARES Act dollars for the education.
Your conference is already in progress. For 12 hours, 39 minutes. Press pound or star to continue the conference. Otherwise, your conference will end in 45 minutes.
Well, I know Tamel's on the line. I'm sure you're pushing pound or whatever you need to push to make sure that the Zoom continues. But the core of the responses on education technology, which you can see, is far more robust than in the other areas. The range on that is really from 40% to 75%, with the median commitment on the part of the districts is 55% of their CARES Act funds. And that's statewide, that's about $150 million. So you can do the math on that and figure out how much the districts anticipate spending or plan to spend on educational technology. Next slide. So I'm going to get into a couple specific questions and specific answers that I think are relevant to the conversation about understanding the cost model and the pricing and the requests that we've made to the legislature. The first one was, what kind of devices are they looking for? And we can see, obviously, the Chromebooks here is the biggest quantity that they have in mind, followed by the Windows laptops, and then about 50,000 devices from the Apple side of the world. One thing that we're able to do, once we had these figures, we were able to then look at pricing that we had anticipated by type of device. And again, the figures came out remarkably close. So we had originally worked off of an average across devices, and the actual requested prices turned out to be very close. We still need to negotiate those prices with the vendors, and we do anticipate that any savings that we could achieve once we know what the actual appropriation is from the legislature, to try to reinvest any savings we could get from better pricing into more services, more support, longer support. We really do want to make sure that the devices for the, say, a 3-year lifespan are fully supported, both for the purposes of spending these dollars to make sure we have the longest lasting impact, but also to make sure that that we think about downstream funding and sustainability, that we can remove as many of the long-term roadblocks or stumbling blocks on budget by prepaying and front-loading a lot of the costs on this to extend those 3 years. The next slide. Another piece that we asked about was specifically around, do you need help with specific categories, and do you need specific kinds of supports for specific kinds of end users? So whether they be students and parents, teachers, instructional technologists, the tech staff in the districts, we asked about how much they needed. In some cases, the districts may already have pieces in place that they don't need additional resources for. And you can kind of see that across this distribution that by and large, 8 or 9 out of 10 districts do want the support. And interesting also is that even if they have devices, they still are asking for support for those devices, meaning training and professional development, so that the pieces can be maintained and as well as integrated into their overall technology strategy and architecture for delivering digital content. So a lot of them are asking for support. A lot of them are asking for support for different audiences or end users, even if they didn't need help buying, say, a device or a piece of software. They want the training, they want the professional development. So again, the technology is relatively straightforward once you know what you need, but the ongoing human support, human capacity building, and the integration of all this is really where a lot of the hard work is going to come as we go forward. Next slide. So we also asked about specifically the learning management systems that the districts have in mind. We asked about what they have in terms of current licenses as well as needed licenses to get all students covered. Google Classroom is a no-cost product. However, they did ask for a lot of support to better use Google Classroom. Canvas was the most common. Schoology, which is an integrated software package now with PowerSchool, was the third highest. And there were others that were also included in the responses, but these were the biggest three of the learning management systems. Next slide. So the most difficult question that we've wrestled with from the beginning of the COVID pandemic has been this question of connectivity. We hear from districts the concerns about students not able to access the internet from home. We've heard about whether or not the rural communities or low-income communities, or most especially low-income rural communities, that they don't have or may not have access to, or the funds to necessarily access the internet. So we've looked at a couple different models and different ways of thinking about it. The data themselves are defined very differently in different methodologies, and this is an issue that we're going to continue to refine, and I can kind of talk about that in a second. But the original cost model anticipated that 40,000 households would need connectivity. That's about 20%, covers about 20% of the students, or about 100,000 students. The needs assessment was pretty vast. I think part of that reflects the concern perhaps that the districts have that they don't really know what the internet connectivity is at home, so they assume that everyone would need the support. So a lot of districts were putting in 100% of their students would need that support, though obviously that's not exactly the same as how many don't have internet versus currently have internet. And in our second student level model, we looked at the need for limited Title I, just the Title I students, low-income students, and that model suggested that about 80,000 or a little over that, 80,000 or about 40% of the students would need that support. So our plan is going forward is that we're going to continue to talk with the vendors on the devices, the vendors from the telco side, and how to integrate them, as well as making sure that we can leverage not just Wi-Fi, which all devices we're going to purchase will have that, but also going to purchase LTE or cellular enabled devices so that no matter where the student is, if they can get to Wi-Fi, get to cellular connections, their devices can connect back to the schools and to the learning management systems and to their teachers and the content. So our plan is when we get to the fall is to talk with the individual students and their families, because if we're going to be supporting them with financial support for their data plans so that to help them connect, we're going to need to know which families, which addresses, which carrier is in their area. We heard from districts that not all parts of their counties or districts are consistently well covered by the same telco. So you might have Verizon in one corner or AT&T in another corner, but then C Spire available in a different part of the district. So we're going to need to find out which families, which addresses, which carriers, and then make sure that they get that data plan in place. That will help us refine this number incredibly. And of course, the buying power of the state will ideally, and we anticipate will help us lower the cost of that for the state as a support. Next slide. So the cost model and the request to the legislature, we've continued to refine based on, again, the CARES Act that the districts have, the conversation with the legislature, where we could use some of our discretionary funds from the CARES Act, as well as potentially the governor's office. And then there's also, Dr. Wright mentioned the support of others outside of the public space, including private funds, potentially from the Mississippi Alliance of Nonprofits and philanthropic organizations. So when we look at what the districts could commit, and this figure $33 million is based on not what the CARES Act priorities were for the districts. It's a subset of that. It's a lesser number than that, based on a rough model of, say, 25 cents on the dollar for devices coming from the districts, from their CARES or other funds, as well as then the remaining 75 cents on the dollar coming from the request of the stabilization fund from the legislature. So that begins to remove some of the costs away from what we're asking the legislature for, but still protects the overall figure of $250 million, which has been a very persistent number as we've gone through now 3 iterations of the modeling for this, most recently, of course, with the data from the districts. So that's where we are. And next steps will be starting to negotiate with the vendors and continue to work with the legislature on the appropriation side.
Thanks, John. And I do think that's a really key point. The last one he just made, that I'm going to open it up, see if the board members have any questions. We've not even started with negotiations yet. And so we've also worked with the legislature to let them know that we're going to need some rules changed or lifted around procurement, so that we can use this as one big ask of a company and not 146 different asks. So that's still yet to come. John and Pete have been meeting with various vendors to let them know what we're thinking, et cetera, but we've not been in true negotiations at this point. So I'm going to pause to see if there's any board members that have any questions at all about this.
Hey, this is Sean Suggs. I hope you all can hear me still. John, first of all, outstanding presentation and analysis, thinking way. I think it's spot on. Obviously, we're not the only state going to be in this situation. So procurement of actual equipment from the vendor and timing, what are your thoughts around that?
Sure. So in conversations with the vendors, the magnitude of the state order can help us move up in the timeline on the supply chain. The supply chain is our biggest concern in terms of once we have the procurement authority and the funding, school is only 8 weeks away. So we need to move quickly. We will likely not be able to get all devices delivered prior to the start of school. We're talking to vendors about trying to figure out ways of accelerating that timeline. And the national consultant that Dr. Wright mentioned earlier is going to be facilitating a conversation with Intel so that they can start to help us prioritize the chips that they're delivering to the vendors. Another piece of this is that we're also looking to, once we asked in the needs assessment about specifications on the devices, there's a range of what the districts are thinking in terms of what the devices are. So part of what we want to do is limit the number of SKUs. So we're likely going to be basically limiting down to, okay, you all want X number of iPads. This is the iPad you're all going to get. And potentially you've asked for MacBooks, but if we can get the right kind of iPad with the right keyboard and everything else, we can start to try and drive the SKU number down. And so the number of items per SKU or units per SKU would also then go up dramatically, and it helps us get better leverage. I am worried about, as I said, the timeline and the supply chain. But this is where we're talking with the vendors, and part of the recommendations they're making has to do with, can we find the right kind of device, and can it align best with the prioritization that the companies themselves are making about the delivery? We hear often, Pete and I, from the vendors that their companies are prioritizing healthcare and education for their devices. I think Apple even shut down all their consumer outlets just to be able to drive all their energy towards supporting states as we roll this out. But the procurement piece is a critical piece, as well as the funding. And so until we know those pieces, it's very hard to get too far down the road with the vendors. But if we can get all of the pricing and negotiations done this month, and then really work on executing the contracts next month, that we can start to deliver and other things early part of August, while some of these devices are waiting to come online. The only silver lining in that I just would quickly add is just that gives us a little bit more time to sort out with families and students back in school, to sort out this connectivity question with a greater degree of precision. And we're in conversations with CCSSO and a few other states about trying to come up with a standard way of really assessing the device and internet needs of families, so that we can have consistent guidance back to governors, public service commissions, the telcos, et cetera.
And Mr. Suggs, it's been really, I'm sorry.
This is John Kelly. I apologize for stepping on you. John, good work. Really appreciate what you all are doing in this area. Question, how much of this $250 million outlay is one-time cost, and how much is it going to be reoccurring costs year after year for these school districts?
Sure. So the funds that we're requesting, the $200 million, comes out of a pot of money that expires at the end of December. So the conversations we're having with the vendors is, how do we pay for it now, but have 3 years and align the goods, the services, so the devices, the software, the services to support, and front load that so that they're all on the same timeline, so that we can maximize the coverage and then work towards long-term strategies around other pots of monies to be able to refresh and keep this work going. But we are looking to try and extend the money that we could spend between now and the end of this calendar year to cover us through the next 3 school years. And that should give us time then to reassess how to work towards sustainability. But obviously the goal now is to get this executed as fast as possible prior to the start of the school year, and then turn our attention to the tomorrow problems, not the today problems. But you're on a key issue. And one of the things I would also add is that the chairman of the education committee yesterday asked us to make sure that we are thinking about putting in place the assurances from the district so that as they participate in this program and request the funding to cover these expenses, that they have begun to think about these issues around what are they guaranteeing their behavior will be in terms of commitment to buy what we're giving them the money to buy, or to do what they're committing to do with the funds. So, and the implementation, so that we can think about getting the orders in, getting this deployed, and then sustaining this effort over the next several years, and then begin thinking about long-term sustainability to the question you're asking.
Well, this is such a wonderful opportunity for the state. And I would go one step further and say that absent COVID-19 and the funding that comes with that, or that came with that, we probably would have never seen this kind of investment in the school districts of Mississippi in my lifetime, and probably nobody on this phone. So, it is just so important we get it right. And it's just so pleasing to me seeing the department put the time, the energy, and the planning into it to make sure we get it right and don't squander this opportunity. So thank all of you for your work.
Thank you.
Any other questions? So needless to say, we're hoping to get an answer from the legislature sooner than later around the money, because we can't really move too much further than what we've done until we know exactly what we're dealing with. So that's going to be our next big step. And we're meeting with the ed chairs next week as well.
So do you have a projected timeline that you think they will act or not act?
Well, the word on the street is that they're planning to end this session the end of June. And that means they've got to approve a budget. And so I'm hoping that since this is coming out of the stabilization money, and the stabilization money has to be spent by December 31st of this year, that they act very quickly. That's our hope.
Dr. Wright, can I just throw two quick thoughts in on just before we leave this topic? One is that we are also talking about establishing the equivalent of the literacy coaches. So getting some pins and some funding from our rollover dollars so that we can come behind the vendor services and make sure that we have a continuous presence. And I think there'll be a lot of air traffic control around support and training and professional development, but having a team of people committed to the instructional technology side of this, which is people thinking about the teacher needs as well as as well as sort of the end user, device software using people that are going to be involved in this. That is in conjunction with the request that we put in for the engineering support to really help the districts and the kids and teachers and so forth. And the second thing is that Dr. Rice mentioned that there's a lot of people who've been working on this, and I know, for instance, Josh Huey, who's helping us manage this recording, has been instrumental, as well as other people from OTSS and Melissa Banks from the instructional side. So we've been having a lot of people working very hard on this, and it wouldn't be possible without a lot of hands really in this complex problem.
Yeah, that is. I'm glad you brought that up, John. That is another ask that we have of the legislature, is to allow us to carry over our lapsed money so that we can use that money then to hire these, distant learning coaches, so that we can deploy them across the state, so that districts will have a just-in-time person assigned to their district that would be able to come and help, help with the professional development and help with the implementation. So that's another ask that we are asking the legislature as well. It's not, my point is, it's not going to cost them any more money, because that's money that would have already just lapsed. But rather than letting it lapse and just rolling it back in, let us hire these distant learning coaches so that we can then have a statewide implementation support as we roll this out. John, thanks again. And Dr. Dean, that concludes my report.
Righty. Thank you. As you can tell, guys, we've been extremely busy with lots of momentum around this distance education request. And I won't, go too deep in what's already been covered, but I will just say, every time that I've been a part of those meetings, I would just, again, give a lot of praise and to Dr. Wright and her team, particularly John, definitely have the confidence of our legislators and ably can answer their very technical questions. So very grateful for this. And, to Dr. Kelly's point, we do sort of, leave every meeting just reminding everybody, this is hard. It's extremely grueling. I mean, it is 24/7, 7 days a week to try to get this right because our opportunity is real and it's right now. And I really believe that it's one of those moments that we'll look back once this is all said and done, if we're successful, and think about the paradigm shift we've been able to be a part of for kids in Mississippi. This at a minimum provides every child a device to do education remotely, whether it be at home or somewhere else in the state of Mississippi. I mean, that's just that alone, just that statement alone profoundly changes, how educators do their job. There's another mountain to climb on the second part of this. Once we actually get the devices, what happens? And this is a big chunk of money. And so we want to, make sure that folks are comfortable with where we're going with this. But I'm super excited and I'm thrilled to think about, what the change will be like, on the back end of this. We'll keep you posted. There's a lot happening in the next 2 weeks. My report, just want to say I participated in one online Zoom conference. That was a pretty big deal. There's about 700 or 800 participants with Dr. Dobbs, the Levitt Partners, who is the former governor of Utah, former HHS Secretary Michael Levitt organization with the CDC Foundation, did that last week. And of course, been talking about our legislative meetings to stay particularly busy. The last part of my report, I've got a couple of, actually 3 resolutions I would like to read. So y'all sit back and relax. I'm just joking. They're all 3 about this long, to recognize our outgoing board members. And we will have a signed copy on really nice paper and hopefully framed for our board members, what you're about to hear. So first, for Ms. Shelby Dean, whereas Ms. Shelby Dean was selected through a competitive process as the first senior student representative to the Mississippi State Board of Education to serve a term from July 2019 to April 2020. And whereas Ms. Dean, a native of Clinton, exemplified educational excellence in the Clinton Public School District by maintaining a 4.0 GPA in high school, becoming a member of the ACT 30 Plus Club by earning a 33 on the ACT, and by challenging herself in numerous AP and high school honor courses. And whereas Ms. Dean became active in several student and community organizations, including National Honor Society, Mu Alpha Theta, Fellowship of Christian Athletes, and Science Olympiad. She has been a member of student council since 7th grade and most recently served as student body president. She was one of 4 students at Clinton High School selected for the prestigious Hall of Fame, and she also served on the State Superintendent Student Advisory Council, helping to lead discussions with her peers from around the state and improving educational opportunities for students. And whereas Ms. Dean participated as a 3-sport athlete in her school career through roles in cross country, soccer, and track. She served as the cross country team captain, and she was selected as most valuable runner girls cross country from 7th through 12th grade. And whereas Ms. Dean was named a Mississippi College Trustee Scholar and plans to continue to inspire children by majoring in secondary math education and physics so she can become, quote, a cool math and science teacher, end quote. And whereas Ms. Dean has brought her experiences as a student in the classroom and commitment to her role in the Mississippi State Board of Education to make sure Mississippi's public schools are always improving and children receive the education they deserve. Therefore, be it resolved that on this day, the 11th day of June 2020, the Mississippi State Board of Education recognizes Ms. Shelby Dean for her contributions to the Mississippi State Board of Education in advancement of education in Mississippi. And Ms. Dean, I know that you're on the phone and you made your comments at our April board meeting, but if you would like just to say anything additional, here is your chance.
I just want to say thank you to all of you for giving me this opportunity. It's been so amazing, not only to grow as a person and be able to talk to all of you, but to learn more about education and further the fact that education is what I want to do for the rest of my life. And this program is just so amazing that y'all are letting kids like me who really just go to school, show up, and get told what to do, learn about how the decisions are being made and stuff like that. So just thank you so much. It's been such a good learning opportunity.
Awesome. Well, this isn't goodbye. I know that you'll keep us apprised of your accomplishments, and we look forward to hearing great things for you and for the state of Mississippi. And can't be more thrilled you're going to Mississippi College and choosing to major in education. And we are always here for you, no matter what. You know us and we know you. So if there's anything we can do to help support you in your future, don't hesitate to call.
All right. Thank you.
All right. The second one is a recognition of Mrs. Brittany Rye. Whereas Governor Phil Bryant appointed Mrs. Brittany Rye in 2018 to the Mississippi State Board of Education to serve as teacher representative, and whereas Mrs. Rye has spent 20 years educating students as a kindergarten teacher, impacting hundreds of Mississippi children in the Starkville Public School District, and where she has retired as an outstanding educator, having received the Sudeth Elementary Teacher of the Year Award during the 2018-19 school year, and whereas Ms. Rye has positively influenced early childhood education through her work in 2013 as the project manager for the Mississippi Child Care Resource Referral Network at MSU, and through mentoring kindergarten teachers and student teachers from the Mississippi State University and Mississippi University of Women, and whereas Mrs. Rye inspires young people through her work as the part-time children's director of Faith Baptist Church in Starkville, Mississippi, as a member of the Nursery and Children's Committee, Sunday school teacher, and leader of summer mission trips, and whereas Mrs. Rye's educational background with a Bachelor of Science in Elementary Education and a Master of Science in Elementary Education with an emphasis in early childhood, both from MSU, has prepared her for a lifetime of service to Mississippi's children, and whereas Mrs. Rye has brought her years of classroom experience and commitment to her role on the Mississippi State Board of Education to make sure Mississippi's public schools are always improving and children receive the education they deserve, and therefore be it resolved that on this 11th day of June 2020, the Mississippi State Board of Education recognizes Mrs. Brittany Rye for her contribution to the Mississippi State Board of Education and for the advancement of education in Mississippi. Ms. Rye, I know that you spent some time last week, last month, making some comments, but since you're on board, if there's any additional things that you would like to say, we welcome that opportunity here.
I'll just take a brief moment to thank everyone for this opportunity to serve with you. This has been an incredible learning opportunity for me, and it's been quite an honor to take the time to work with each one of you. And I look forward to seeing the work that you will continue to do, and just being able to applaud you on the sidelines. I know the achievements that our school districts will make throughout the state. So thank you again.
And thank you, Ms. Ryan. And I'll say to you, like Ms. Dean, it's been great to serve with you. And I know we wish you the best in your future endeavors. And we're always here. And this isn't goodbye. It's just see you later.
Thank you.
One more. This is for Mr. Buddy Bailey, who's not with us on the phone today. Whereas Governor Phil Bryant appointed Mr. Buddy Bailey in 2015 to the Mississippi State Board of Education as administrative representative, and whereas Mr. Bailey, a lifelong Rankin County resident, is retiring as a career educator, having spent 40 years in the profession of education with 31 years in the Rankin County School District, he has served as an assistant principal and principal at Pillahatchee Attendance Center, principal of Brandon Middle School, and assistant principal and principal of Brandon High School. And whereas Mr. Bailey has served as assistant superintendent in the Rankin County School District since 2016, overseeing curriculum and instruction for middle schools and high schools and Mississippi High School Athletics Association activities. And whereas Mr. Bailey has continued to influence the education profession through professional memberships, offices, and activities such as the Mississippi Association of Secondary School Principals, Mississippi Association of School Administrators, and National Association of Secondary School Principals. And whereas Mr. Bailey's educational background, including a Bachelor of Science degree, master's degree in health and physical education, a master's degree in educational leadership, all from Mississippi College, has prepared him for a lifetime of service to Mississippi's children. And whereas Mr. Bailey has brought his years of classroom experience, leadership skills, and commitment to his role on the Mississippi State Board of Education to make sure Mississippi's public schools are always improving and children receive the education they deserve. Therefore, be it resolved that on this, the 11th day of June, 2020, the Mississippi State Board of Education recognizes Mr. Buddy Bailey for his contributions to the board in the advancement of education in Mississippi. Buddy's great. I look forward to his continued counsel and wisdom. He's on my speed dial. Okay. Thank you all for that concludes my report. I've talked to Omar. He said he does not have a report from student representatives. I know that we met very briefly this morning to deal with some academic achievement subcommittee work. Ms. Altman, is there an update from you with regards to that?
Well, all the academic subcommittee work related to the School of the Arts, and most of it's on the agenda today. So we just affirmed that to move on to the full board.
All right. Thank you. I think that was the only subcommittee that met this week. So with that,
I do have another, just to update the board on the student representative. Okay. Sonia has canvassed all the candidates about coming to Jackson. Were they comfortable coming to Jackson? We really want to interview them in person. The majority of them said yes, they would be comfortable coming to a in-face interview. So we would really like to do that in July if we can set that up to bring a recommendation in August. But we're still working through that to see if we can get that all lined up. If not, it will be around the 1st of August, but school is starting, so we run into that conflict. So anyway, we're working on that. The other thing, I participated in the accountability task force meeting which dealt primarily with work keys, the administration of work keys, and no decision was made, but there are about 5 points that came out of that. Of course, the first thing is cost. Who would pay for the administration of work keys, and because they want it to be equitable for all students, and some districts obviously don't have the funds to do that. What students would take the work keys, they don't have any impact data to go on, and of course the main thing is how and where does it figure into the accountability model. So they continue to work on that. Dr. Domaleski and Ms. Hobenitz were in the meeting also. So that task force continues to work with work keys. They're all for work keys. They just these logistical issues and what have to be worked out before they bring a recommendation to the full board. So that's moving. There is somewhat related to word keys. There's a really good Mike Rowe podcast out there about technical education, trade. And if you go on the internet or YouTube, you probably can watch it, find it. But he is a big advocate for trade education. And so I just happened upon it as something might be interesting to all of you. That's my report.
I'm a big fan of Mike Rowe. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Okay, so if there's not other discussion on other issues related to subcommittee meetings, we'll move on to the number 9, discussion and approval of board items. The first two, I'll tee up Dr. Vanderford. These are under our ongoing executive order authority to waive state statute rules and regulations granted by Governor Reeves during the ongoing emergency declaration. The first is around state statutes and the second's around board policies, but we'll take them one at a time. Both require actions. Dr. Vanderford, the first one on state statutes, please.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Dean. The backup material for items 1 and 2 is the same. So although they have to be voted on separately, we'll only have one presentation. And I will certainly be brief, and then I will provide Dr. Oakley and Malone an opportunity to weigh in on anything that I may have missed. Just to begin, I would like to share how the the document is compiled. As you know, on March the 19th, with the governor's first executive order, 1460, the State Board of Education voted on 3 items: the 180-day waiver or alteration of school terms for local districts, and the suspension of the statewide assessments, as well as the suspension of statewide accountability system. Then later we came back on March the 26th at a special call meeting with a number of additional requests related to state statutes and state board policy. And then we had a couple of items at the regular meeting in March, and then we had in April, and then one item in May. So what we've done is gone back from March the 19th through the regular meeting on May the 21st and have taken all of the items that were related to rule suspensions under Executive Orders 1460 and 1476, and we've combined those into one chart. So your backup material today, what you see in black is what was approved for the 1920 school year. And what we're asking or proposing today is the items that you see in the chart in red font. We have also revised the language for the 1920 school year because a lot of the language was open-ended. It's stated from March the 16th through the date of school closures or the end of school closures. So we have closed that with the 1920 school year. So I'll just briefly go through with the statewide accountability system. As you know, we were granted a federal waiver of statewide accountability for the 1920 school year. In bold at the bottom of your backup material, it states that Ed has not issued a waiver for 2021, and so therefore all data collection and reporting will be required for the 2021 school year. The second item is a new item that's been added to the chart. We received a request from the Mississippi School Boards Association to consider a suspension requiring local school board members to visit each school within the district that they represent during the 1920 and the 2021 school years as a result of the impact of COVID-19. So the only area of board governance that we are asking for a rule suspension is just the requirement for board members to visit a school or spend one full day in a school. Process standard 2 under licensed staff, we ask for a 1-year suspension of districts to respond to notifications of non-compliant for licensed staff to relieve a burden on districts. So with licensed staff, we're asking for an additional 1-year suspension in this area as well. We also have inserted a paragraph to ensure districts that are aware of their continued responsibilities, that we will provide additional guidance to districts regarding the approval and the parameters of any waivers and suspensions that are approved by the state board for the 2021 school year. And in accordance with accreditation policy 2.1, districts will be responsible for ensuring that all data that's reported to the MDE is true and accurate, and that they do have supporting documentation on file in the district. Process standard 3, we are not asking at this time for an additional suspension of districts to report their annual appraisal data through the professional growth system. This is in our federal ESSA plan, and until we know further what impact COVID might have, we would like for that to remain in effect for the 2021 school year. For process standard 4, we've just made some clarifications. Although the initial OMB guidance appeared to exempt local school districts from financial audits for FY19 and FY20, because that extension goes through June 30th of 2020, we have confirmed with Ms. Amos and her office, and she's worked closely with the state auditor's office, that right now the Office of the State Auditor has only suspended the rules and allowed the 6 months extension or the 9 months extension for the FY19 school year. So the FY19 audits, districts will have until September 30th of 2020 to submit those. And if the state auditor at this time has not issued a deadline for school districts for FY20, and so if they were to do that, then we'll certainly keep the board apprised of that. There are no additional waiver requests for monitoring procedures and reporting student absences under the compulsory school attendance law. With the 180 school calendar day, as you recall, the board did approve for altered school terms for the 1920 school year for school districts to operate for less than 180 days. We are not requesting a waiver for the 2021 school year for districts to operate less than 180 days. The red font that you see on page 9 of the backup just indicates that districts will have 3 options for the reopening of school in the 2021 school year, or any combination of those thereof, to meet the 180-day teaching requirement. And that's through a traditional schedule, a hybrid schedule, or a virtual schedule. And guidance regarding how districts shall record attendance based on scheduling options outlined above is forthcoming. So we continue to work on ensuring that we have the right statutes and policies and guidance in place for attendance. And so we just didn't feel like that we were prepared to bring that to you today, but that is forthcoming. With the 330 minutes of instruction per day with process standard 13.1, we're asking an additional 1-year suspension for the school year that states the number of actual teaching which shall constitute a day shall be determined and fixed by the Board of Trustees at no less than 5.5 hours. This suspension of this rule will allow districts flexibility with their reentry plans in an effort to comply with the Mississippi Department of Health and the Center for Disease Control guidelines as a result of the ongoing impact of COVID and the unknown for the upcoming 2021 school year. So with this suspension of the 330 minutes of instruction per day, districts shall meet a minimum of 240 minutes, which is 4 hours of instruction per day. So the agency is making a recommendation that we set a minimum so that it will not be open-ended for the amount of instruction that districts will be required to provide. With process standard 13.2, this is the instructional time required for the issue of one Carnegie unit, and we have 140 hours that must be issued for one Carnegie unit currently required in standards, and 70 hours for a half Carnegie unit. And with this item, we're asking that the MDE extend that 1-year suspension of the minimum instructional time required for each Carnegie unit offered. Again, this suspension will allow districts the flexibility with their reentry plans in an effort to comply with Department of Health and CDC guidelines due to the impact of COVID. And you'll see there in the last paragraph that with this, if the board grants this rule suspension, each district shall be required to develop a plan of how the district will ensure mastery of content for each Carnegie unit awarded in lieu of meeting the instructional time requirement that's outlined in the standard. The plan that the district will be required to develop shall be approved by the local school board and posted on the district's website no later than September 30th of 2020. With graduation requirements, if you recall, we allowed the districts the opportunity to amend their graduation policies for the previous school year to allow a student to earn a standard diploma if they met the minimum requirements as set forth by the MDE. At this time, we are not asking for a waiver of graduation requirements. We are just indicating that, to be clear, that although they were allowed to change the policies mid-year last year, that will not be allowable for the upcoming school year. So each local school board shall establish their graduation requirements prior to the beginning of the first day of school for the 2021 school year, and that such requirements shall meet the minimum Carnegie unit set forth by the state board, and that the local board lacks the authority to suspend or amend the local graduation requirements mid-year unless the SBE grants authority. Process standard 14.2, this was related to the graduation requirement for the end of course assessments. Again, we are not asking for a waiver of this rule. You'll note on page 19 in bold that the Department of Ed has not issued a waiver of assessment requirements for the upcoming school year, and that any student enrolled in grades 7 through 12 in Algebra 1 Biology, English 2, or U.S. History during the 2021 school year will be required to take and pass the corresponding end-of-course subject area test or meet one of the options in lieu of passing the test, regardless of their year of graduation. Standard 16, again, you'll see on page 20 in bold. This is Mississippi statewide assessment system. At this time, the Department of Ed has not issued any waivers of statewide or required assessments for the 2021 school year. So all state and federal assessments will be administered in the upcoming school year. With pre-K programs, with process standard 17.1, there was a rule suspension to allow an extension, or it was actually an extension rather than a rule suspension, to meet the professional development requirements. So due to the ongoing impact of COVID at this time and the lack of professional opportunities that we've had since we initially asked for this approval on March the 26th, the agency is asking for an additional extension for those teachers to meet those professional development requirements. Process standard 20.2, as related to the requirements of the Literacy-Based Promotion Act. Last year, school year, of course, the third grade students were exempted from taking the third grade reading assessment and were able to be promoted to the fourth grade if they met all other promotion requirements. And there was also an extension granted to administer the dyslexia screener. So again, this is an area in which no waiver of assessment requirements have been granted for the upcoming school year. Therefore, all students that are enrolled in grade 3 will be required to meet all of the requirements of the Literacy-Based Promotion Act. Process standard 21 was related, and 21.1 was related to the local district policy for academic promotion, progression, and retention of students, as well as the uniform grading policies. So back in March, we had asked the board to grant a suspension of citations associated with districts changing their local policies mid-year as a result of COVID. And so we're not asking for an additional extension or suspension of this rule. We're just clarifying in red, again, which is very similar to the language under the graduation requirements, that the board shall establish the criteria for their academic promotion, progression, and retention policies, as well as their uniform grading policies. Those policies should be in place for the first day of school for the upcoming school year, and the local board will not have the authority to change those policies mid-year without citations unless additional authority is granted by the State Board of Education. Process standard 28 is related to student-teacher ratios, and you will see those broken down by category from kindergarten through the 12th grade. And so we are asking for an additional year suspension, requiring districts to request waivers to the state board or to the Commission on School Accreditation in an effort to comply with the student-teacher ratios as outlined in the process standards for the upcoming school year. This suspension will allow the districts the flexibility they need as they're planning and scheduling based on the options that they have for the reentry plans for the upcoming school year in an effort to comply with Department of Health as well as CDC guidelines. Pupil transportation, this is a new one. We are asking for the 1920 school year, just for a little background, it's a state board policy that all bus drivers, all experienced certified bus drivers come back every 2 years for a recertification training. And this is just an opportunity that if there has been any changes in state statute or state board policies related to pupil transportation, this is the time that they receive additional professional development from the MDE regarding those matters. So we have a large number or an unusual high number of requests to train new bus drivers this summer. So because of that large number and our limited capacity to work and stay within CDC guidelines for our third-party examiners, we will follow, as stated in the board item, all of the current policies that we have for the certification of new bus drivers. But what we're asking the board to do is to grant a 1-year suspension of our state board requirement for certified bus drivers to renew their MDE bus certification card. And this would be applicable to certified bus drivers that have a valid MDE bus driver certification card with an expiration date of July 31st of 2020, as well as July 31st of 2021. So we would be granting this suspension to 2 cohorts so that it would keep us on our recertification cycle, because there's a large number of recertifications that we do annually. And if the board approves this suspension, then the district shall ensure that each certified bus driver has a valid bus driver certificate and a commercial driver's license with the P&S endorsements on file in the district. And they shall also have on file a yearly motor vehicle report on each of these bus drivers, and continue to provide evidence that each of these drivers have received their 2 years of required in-service training that the local district provides on an annual basis. And upon your approval of this 1-year suspension, will also require local school districts as part of their in-service training to ensure that the bus driver training that they provide each semester, it must include bus driver safety regulations regarding 2 important areas, which is loading and unloading at home and on campus, as well as railroad crossing, because these are the 2 greatest safety concerns that we have. Also, there's 2 required bus evacuation drills each year that shall be conducted, and we are continuing to require those bus evacuation drills. However, we know that school districts may have to modify those drills to be in compliance with Department of Health or CDC guidelines at the time that the drill is performed. And so we would hold districts harmless for any citations if they were to have to modify those drills. Process Standard 21 with school safety, we had initially asked for an extension of the required 40 hours of training for SROs and our MCOP grant recipients through August the 1st of 2020. But this is very similar to the item that we spoke about in process 17 with the pre-kindergarten and teacher assistance professional development. So due to a lack of opportunity that we've had since we asked for this initial approval on March the 26th, we're asking that the board extend that deadline until December 31st of 2020 to give SROs additional opportunities. School safety drills, such as fire drills, tornado drills, and active shooter drills will also be required to be conducted. But we, encourage districts to conduct those under the Department of Health and CDC guidelines that are in place at the time. And again, this would be similar, this would be the same as the transportation. The district would not be cited for noncompliance if the drills have to be modified in such way, or if they're unable to conduct the drills in the timeline as specified in the manual. We would not issue a citation to the district. So moving on to process standard 32. This is the education of juveniles and youth detention centers, and we had initially requested a waiver for that for the 1920 school year, but at this time we are not requesting an additional waiver. The early learning collaboratives, you'll see this broken down into two sections. For the 1920 school year, we had asked that the board approve the suspension of the required effectiveness evaluation plan, but at this time, it's the recommendation of the agency to move forward for the 2021 school year with the requirement of that effectiveness evaluation plan. However, in the next section, with early learning collaboratives, we had asked for a suspension to allow the reimbursements for full-time or part-time rate for children in the program. And we're asking for an additional year suspension of this, particularly related to the instructional time requirement for the early learning collaborative. So they would still be able to receive their grant funds, even if the minimum amount of instructional time requirements were not met. With the Mississippi Disability scholarships, the requirement here that was suspended was the requirement for continued attendance at a physical school location. And we had asked for that suspension in the 1920 school year, and we're asking to continue that 1 year suspension of the requirement for continued attendance at a physical school location for the 2020 school year, because as of now, we do not know the ongoing impact that COVID will have. And it's the same under the Nate Rogers Scholarship, asking again for a 1 year suspension of continued attendance at a physical location. And then finally, the cursive writing exam, we had asked for a suspension of that for the 1920 school year. And this is a requirement that the public schools provide instruction in cursive writing, and then their district must administer, or each student must pass with proficiency, a teacher-constructed test demonstrating competency in both reading and cursive writing. And so we had asked for that suspension for the previous school year, and we're asking for an additional 1 year suspension of this requirement to relieve that burden for the local school district, since this is not a state or federally required assessment. So at that time, that concludes. It may not have seemed brief, but what I tried to make a brief overview of the lengthy document. And at this time, I'll ask Drs. Oakley and Malone if I have left out anything that you feel like we should go back and add some additional context around.
Nothing from my end, Paula.
Okay. I think it's
okay.
May I make a comment here, which is sort of related to what Dr. Vanderford's been through. Just recently, a girl who's just graduated from high school here was handed a document to read that was in cursive, and she got this look on her face and she said, "I can't read cursive." So there you go. That's why cursive writing is important. And this was a capable child. So there you go.
Okay. Any thoughts or questions from other board members on what Dr. Vanderford just covered? I've asked Dr. Vanderford and her team, who responded immediately with a summary version of all the waivers thus far. I mean, this is, fairly overwhelming. The number I think I've counted were 24 waivers that we've already approved for the previous school year. And I just, personally feel like I want to be on top of, what it is that we're doing. There's a lot, obviously, that gets covered. So I'll just ask you, Dr. Vanderford, after this vote, if you'll update that and send it out as if you have time, so that the board members can see a summary document, of all these waivers. If there's not any additional discussion, we're going to do two motions with the two separate action items. And I'm going to kind of state the motion just for the minutes. The motion should read, under authority given to the State Board of Education through Executive Order 1476, the board moves to approve the suspension of strict compliance with specific state statutes for 2020-2021 school year following Governor Tate Reeves' proclamation of a state of emergency as a result of the impact of COVID-19 coronavirus on school districts in accordance with Mississippi Code sections that are stated in the agenda. So if someone will make that motion, when we'll get a second, we'll vote and move to the second one.
Chairman John Kelly, I so move.
Okay, there's a motion from Dr. Kelly. Is there a second?
This is Rosemary. I'll second.
Okay. With the second, is there any additional discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. And the second one, I won't read the whole thing, but in front of the motion, I wanted to say, in accordance with the Executive Order 1476, the authority granted to the State Board of Education to suspend strict compliance with the specific state board education policies, et cetera, as you see on your agenda. I just want to, affirm that this authority is granted to us through executive order. If I can get a motion in a second, we'll vote, and then we'll move to item 3.
This is Sean. So moved.
Okay. There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second, Brittany Rye.
Ms. Rye with the second. Any additional discussion? Hear none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Motion carries. Now we'll ask.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
This is John Kelly. I apologize, but I have to hop off. I got an unavoidable conflict.
Understood.
And I think you still have your quorum.
Yes, sir. We do. Thank you. And thanks for your time this morning.
Thank you.
Okay. We'll move on. Dr. Oakley, you're next on board, an update on the middle school grades pilot initiative.
Thank you, Dr. Dean. I'm actually going to turn this over to Marla Davis, who is our Bureau Director in Secondary Ed, who's leading this work, along with Richard Morrison with SREB, to give you a quick update.
Marla's on mute.
Dr. Davis, if you can unmute.
Are you all able to hear and see me now?
Go right ahead.
Hi, are you all able to see my screen at this time?
Yes.
Wonderful. Dr. Dean and Dr. Wright and members of the State Board, thank you for this opportunity to share an update of our middle grades initiative, which is an initiative that has been in the state now since August of 2019. This will provide an opportunity for you all to hear about the initiative and some of the work that has been taking place with our 20 pilot sites. I will begin the presentation sharing our role as a state entity, and then Richard Morrison, which is one of our leadership coaches with SREB, will share more details and information around the supports as it relates to working with our middle school pilots. Of course, our vision and mission here at the State Department of Education aligns 100% with what we are doing with our state pilots around middle school. More specifically, each of the state goals here listed, goals 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6 are 100% aligned to what our goals are related to working with our middle school pilots. Our goal, of course, is to ensure that all of our teachers and leaders that are in our middle schools are effective, but additionally that we do our best to ensure that our schools and districts are rated C or higher. To bring those of you up to date as it relates to the purpose of this initiative, we've done a really great job at the State Department at leveraging and working with our early learning goals as it relates to our literacy initiatives. And then of course, what we've done as it relates to our graduation and diploma options. And so this particular initiative is leveraging and building the bridge between those two initiatives to ensure that we have a steady continuum from elementary through middle school and then to high school. Secondarily, we want to ensure that we have equitable access to rigorous math courses, specifically for students that are African American and those students that have IEPs. And then the third initiative, our third purpose around this initiative is to ensure that at the middle grades, our students have the social, emotional, and academic development supports that are needed. Middle school is one of those areas that as a state, we wanted to make sure that we spent considerable amount of time, efforts, and supports to ensure our students and teachers have the supports that they need. As anything that we do at the State Department, this is definitely one of those areas that we wanted to make sure that we had the right strategic partners in place to support us with our efforts. And so what you see here on your screen is a representation of the 6 groups that have supported the work around our middle school pilot. You will hear specifically from SREB as it relates to those particular supports and dynamics. We also have a strategic partnership with Mississippi State University, the RCU, to support us in our logistics and training. CCSSO, of course, is one of our funding partners, in addition to one of our fundamental partners that supports us as it relates to training, planning, and implementation. The College Board is also one of our partners as it relates to working with ensuring that the 2 populations that I spoke of, African American males and students that may have IEPs, have early and accessible ability to enter into some of those pre-AP courses that traditionally those populations of students tend not to take advantage of. CASEL, which is a national leader in social and emotional learning, is also one of our partners because, again, middle school is one of those areas that we are fully aware need that strategic support. One of our very last partners, the logo that you're looking at here may look a little different than what you've seen in recent years, but this is the state's sole middle school group that is focused on supporting middle level education. And so as a result of our renewed focus at the State Department to work with middle schools, Manly has done a rebranding within the last couple of months as a partner with the State Department. So when we began this initiative back in August, September of last year, an RFA was sent out across the state to gain interest from those particular middle schools that might want to be a part of our particular pilot initiative. And so what you see here visually is a representation of all of our pilot sites across the state. You'll notice that we've done a pretty good job of ensuring that we have geographical representation across the state. There are some parts of the state, specifically Biloxi, the Pascagoula area down there on the coast, that actually have more than 2 pilot sites. And so it was very important for us that as we began this initiative, that we did have, as best as possible, geographical representation for something that we want to ensure that we are able to shore up and definitely broaden over the years. What you see here on the next slide represents our 20 pilot sites. There are 2 school sites, Jefferson Middle and Sywell Middle, that we will be working with at a different time. Sywell Middle School, of course, was part of the initial pilot work, but as a result of reconfiguration within the district, we will be re-engaging that middle school at a later date. But one of the things I wanted to bring out here on this particular slide, underneath many of our middle schools, you will see that there is a designation. Those particular schools are either our comprehensive support schools, or there are targeted support schools, or additional targeted support and school improvement schools. And that was something that was very important to this particular initiative. One of the things that we always try to do at the State Department is ensure that we are aligning efforts across our departments. And so it was very important for us to work with the Office of School Improvement to ensure that the middle schools that are part of our pilot work are also aligning their resources, efforts, and supports to help them better understand and improve on their school improvement plans. And so this is something that has been very instrumental in us working with our middle schools. For any pilot site that actually came on as a member of this initiative, there were some assurances and commitments that were put in place as a result of being a part. And so one of those things were that they had to make sure that they shared academic, behavioral, and testing data with the MDE. Of course, this information helps us at the agency with evaluating the effectiveness of the professional learning and supports that our strategic partners and the MDE are offering. Additionally, teachers and leaders at each one of the schools must provide any additional information about the pilot work to the MDE upon request. The overall goal, of course, is for us to identify if there is indeed a data change over time to ensure effectiveness. And so what I will do really quickly for time purposes is I'm going to kind of take you all back from where we began in August and then where we're going as a result of our COVID response and how we've been supporting those, still continuously supporting those middle schools as a result of COVID. And so beginning in August, we did ask each one of our pilot sites to develop a school team. It's very important that we ask that each particular pilot site had a team in place that consisted of the principal, the assistant principal, a project lead, a lead teacher, and or a guidance counselor. And the reason that we requested that each school have a project lead in place is because that is the one person that we have constant communication with as it relates to this pilot work. The very last group that we did add on to the school team, of course, was our guidance counselors. Because as we put out the information relative to this initiative, one of the things that kept coming up as a result is our guidance counselors needing support around social emotional learning and then also working with students at the middle grades. We also spent some time identifying how each one of our strategic partners would actually collaborate with each of the pilot sites. It was very important for our partners to understand their scope of work, but also to see how those supports aligned. In addition to that, we also submitted to each one of the pilot sites a tentative date for deployment for when they would see College Board, MAMLE, CCSSO, of course, the Mississippi Department of Ed, and then also the RCU as it relates to their on-site supports. And then initially in August, we also spent some time reframing the purpose of this pilot program because we did have additional pilot sites to join. It was very important for us with working with that number, that massive number of schools to ensure that our teams actually were put into small components simply because we wanted our schools to take ownership of the problems and solutions that are there at the school building. Those particular supports that we've been offering include specific expertise and guidance, those tools that help each individual school succeed. And so a little later in the presentation, we will share with you all exactly how each one of the schools identified their individual problems of practice. Each one of the school leaders had an opportunity, of course, to learn and share from each other, share with each other, and then also guide the change practice process. Our teachers, of course, are an integral part to our middle school program, simply because they're the ones that are in the classrooms every day, and they're part of the solution process that we have in place. In October of 2019, the State Department, in conjunction with Manley, put on a 3-day conference. This particular conference began on a Sunday evening, and we were very surprised to see approximately 200 educators from our pilot sites and also from other middle schools across the state to attend this 3-day conference. This conference that we put on in conjunction with Manley was a great partnership between ourselves, CCSSO, and then also SREB. As a result of working with our pilot sites, it was very important that in the development of our supports and also this 3-day training, that we not only looked at the data, but that we also took some of our informal data as a result of being in each one of the districts to identify what are some of the key issues that each one of your schools are dealing with. And so as a result of reviewing that data, having conversations with principals and teachers, we designed a 3-day training around keynote speakers and also around 17 topics. And so we did have invited guests from the Rail Southeast. Of course, many of our administrators needed support around how do you improve math instruction? How do you go into classrooms and identify students that may be in need of additional supports? We had Mrs. Hannah Gadd there, who's our 2019 Teacher of the Year, and she talked about how do you reach the needs of all learners. Dr. Sabrina Palmer, who's the Executive Director at the Mississippi Achievement School District, spent a lot of time around identifying students that may be in need of additional supports, but also what do administrators need to do to ensure that they are motivating teachers and students. And then of course, we also spent some time having conversations with Lavana Roth around social emotional learning. Very quickly, just wanted to share with you all again over those 3 days, the 17 topics that were part of that conference. You will notice that each one of these topics are very focused on middle grades, in addition to those things that our administrators felt that they needed the best support on, even as it relates to instruction and school culture. And so our 3-year partnership with SREB ensures that we have a network community of leaders across the state and research practices that will continuously provide the improvement that we want to see at the middle grades. Before I transition over to Richard Morrison, I wanted to share with you all again that we did place each one of our pilot sites into smaller cohorts based on a problem of practice. And so the problems of practice that you see here around math and ELA instruction and or assessments, rigor and leadership, instructional strategy, student engagement and attendance are based on anecdotal data, boots on the ground observations, and then also the self-selected problems of practice from each of our middle schools. Richard, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Davis. Dr. Wright, Dr. Oakley, Dr. Dean, I'll be brief just to give you an update from the boots on the ground with SREB and our coaches and the work that we do. This has been approached through a scientific method of problem solving, and we've worked with each one of the schools through the PDSA process, which is Edward Deming's plan and his Plan, Do, Study, Act approach to solving problems. So each one of our schools, they identified a problem of practice, and then we coached and worked with them to find solutions. We had to scale back sometimes and say, let's work on just one thing. And so we know if what we're doing is working or not, so that we can constantly look at the data and make decisions based on the data. I know that through this process, we got towards the end and COVID hit. So that kind of changed things as it has for all of us. And the way it changed for us is we then had to operate virtually with our schools. So it kind of goes along with what we were talking about earlier during the school board meeting about how things have changed with distance learning. And so we had to become the coaches for these schools about how can we approach what we're doing through a distance learning, through virtual classrooms, and how can we engage students through through technology, and then help them understand some engaging practices that you can still use through Zoom as one method. And then we're exploring those and trying to help those schools still be able to identify areas that they can improve on. Without the testing data, here at the end, we're looking at the schools and doing surveys and finding out what their needs were and how what we did is convening and what we did is working together, because this truly was a team approach, and our results were very positive as far as how these schools worked with us and how they worked with each other. And we were definitely moving forward, and we believe even with the COVID and interrupting school the way it was, we're still moving. Our work never stopped. We continued on virtually. We continued contacting our schools, and we had some just great things happen with these schools using this approach, Deming's approach to plan, do, study, act. So there's some slides that go through that. We gave technical assistance. We did direct observations. We're always to keep in mind, how are we going to improve student outcomes? And you can move on, Marla. Excuse me, Dr. Davis. And we had to look at their areas of challenges, and then, as you see in the last bullet there, strengthen their connection with their school improvement plans, because this didn't need to be any extra work. And a lot of times, our work, we do something, we put it on a shelf. We wanted this to be live, and also to work with them during their school improvement process. Okay. Some spotlights. Magnolia Middle School and Meridian have used, concentrated on 6th grade ELA scores, and they use the powerful literacy practices, and that was their problem. Rod Page Middle School focused teams to use the root cause analysis approach that we were talking about with our schools, and that helped them identify areas that they need to develop in student and community engagement. There were others. The Gulf Coast, there at the bottom, created a mini network to align their problems of practice together so that they could work together on those. And throughout this process, we had different schools that really showed progress with their identification of their problem, and then moving on sometimes to another problem and just doing it one step at a time. Okay. We added 2 project managers to support the project, and we provided 30 on-site coaching days to administrators, teachers, and school teams. And like I said, now we've become distance learning coaches with these schools as far as how are we going to approach school in the new normal, so to speak, as we have to do more things virtually. Okay. We supported these, as I said, to transition schools from live to virtual. And that was done through a convening we did just here at the end of April, had all our schools together. And we worked on how to transition in this new world that we're in right now. We identified how school leaders can support teachers to teaching the standards. We did provide teachers with engaging remote instruction. I believe that was provided. We modeled that in our training with them, because I think that's very important. We can't just tell somebody how to do something. They've got to see it in action. And then we focused on how to use the issues faced during this time to make real world applications for next year in the future with the students. This is not something that we believe that's just you provide PD and then you move out and see how it works. This is a 3-year process. and we're going to continue to move forward with these schools. I believe that's in your materials that you have, so you can read through that. But the bottom line is we're trying to improve student outcomes and student achievement and move all these schools to a C or better. Next. And this graphic is, we have to look at things. How can we make middle school students, what do they need to become successful? And so this is kind of something that we use as far as a visual aid that we want to always go back to, and keeping the students at the forefront of everything we do. Okay.
And one of the last things that we want to definitely add before we leave this particular presentation and update is the importance of the fact that each and every one of our middle schools have a strong, they're very, very vocal about what their needs are at their individual school, but they also are very vocal around the supports that they need as a collective body. I will definitely say that SREB has been very responsive to that, and each one of our strategic partners have been very responsive to those needs. Our administrators are very excited about the fact that they have an opportunity to work in a collective together. We will continue our supports with middle schools as we transition from the COVID response into actual face-to-face school or virtual or hybrid school moving forward in August. And we thank you for the opportunity to share this information with you today.
Yes, thank you guys. We feel it is an honor that SRAB can be a part of a middle school initiative here in our state.
Well, I just want to say, number one, it's really good to see your face, Richard. You're missed.
Great to be here.
It's always good to see you. And Marla, thank you. But I really want to just also stress how much we value our partnership with SREB. I mean, that has, in many, many ways, I mean, SREB has supported the state in many, many ways. And we're just so grateful to have you as a partner. So thank you.
Yes, we appreciate being a partner. It's a team effort, as we know. And boy, we have some great resources, and I absolutely love working for the company because of the mission and the vision that they have for students in all our states.
I agree. Any questions from the board?
Okay, thank you for that update. And we need to move on to 4. And I'm going to move us along a little quickly. We have at least one board member who's let us know that he's got to get off at 1. And with Dr. Kelly's departure, we'll have quorum issues. So I know it's lunchtime, but in order to get through with this meeting, we're going to need to get through these next several action items plus an executive session. So I'm going to ask the presenters to please move along a little more quickly so that we don't run out of time before Mr. Suggs has to depart. Number 4, revised career and pathway experience course, the work-based learning. Dr. Oakley.
We are bringing forward this item. It has come through APA for your approval. The comments that we received were all in support of it. This is a new framework that would be available for our students to pursue basically apprenticeship type opportunities during their high school years. Be glad to take any questions.
Okay, any questions? You got the backup material there. So I need a motion to revise the career pathway experience courses, the work-based learning credit bearing course. Need a motion.
So Brittany Rye.
Second, Karen Elam.
Got a motion with a second. Any additional discussion on this? And I mean, we have time to talk about it. I don't mean to make it sound like, if anybody has any questions, or Dr. Oakley, if you have, other presenters have relevant topic, I mean, points we can make, we do have some time, but just want to keep an eye on our clock. So we got a motion and a second, not hearing any additional discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Action item number 5, establish Mississippi Secondary Curriculum Framework in Career and Technical Education. Dr. Oakley.
Just like the last item, this is another CTE course framework that we're bringing forward that has come through the APA process. We talked with y'all extensively about these earlier in the spring, and we're just bringing them back today. This one is another one coming back from APA. This one cleared without public comment. As you know, when we do our CTE course revisions, we work closely typically with the RCU on these and get a lot of feedback from districts prior to actually coming forward for the APA process. So we're pleased to bring this forward for your consideration.
Okay. Any questions for Dr. Oakley on this particular action item? Okay. Hearing none, entertain a motion in a second.
This is Sean, so move.
Motion in is there a second?
It's Rosemary, second.
Okay. There's a motion and a second. Any additional discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All right, any opposed? Hear none, motion carries. Action item number 6, begin APA process to revise Part 24 of the Mississippi Public Schools Accountability Standards business rules for the accountability system acceleration regarding the collection of performance measures for dual credit courses. And we do probably need to spend a little bit of time on this, Dr. Bandon, for making sure we fully understand what this is all about.
All of it. Yes, sir. So the Commission on School Accreditation considered this item and approved the revisions to Section 9 related to acceleration on June 4th of 2020. And this is actually a reversal of a policy that went out into APA for the collection of data for dual credit courses and non-weighted grades. So Alan, Mr. Bureau, Alan Bureau is on the call or the webinar with us. So at this time, I'll turn it over to him to let him walk through the changes to Section 9, particularly Section 9.2.2 on page 11 of your backup material.
Yes, thank you. This is primarily a technical amendment. As you know, we generally do bring several technical amendments or clarifications for business rules around accountability to you this time of year. This is one that we had changed last year with the anticipation that we would be able to secure performance measures for dual credit courses directly from post-secondary institutions. And when I say performance measures, I'm talking about the grade assignment for the course. There is a practice in some districts that students have a weighted grade assignment for dual credit courses. So they may, for example, get a C from the community college for a dual credit course, but the local school will weight it and they end up getting a B at the school district. And not all districts do that. So there's some concerns with standardization of that performance measure for dual credit courses for use and accountability. And this was an effort to try to standardize that data that we were getting and to state that it would come from the post-secondary institution. And we've been working on the logistics around that. As you might imagine, there's a little bit of a logistical feat there because we're looking at getting grades from the institutions of higher learning under IHL in Mississippi, but also a couple of private institutions that work with local school districts to provide dual credit coursework. And the logistics of that just didn't work out to the effect of our meeting our time frame for accountability. We want to get accountability out in September, and some of that data coming from post-secondary institutions wouldn't get to us in time for us to get accountability results out like we want to. So we're moving away from getting those grade assignments directly from post-secondary institutions. But we need to standardize and put this in the rules that school districts are expected to enter the unweighted grade for dual credit courses in MSIS so that we can use it for accountability measures. In talking with the Commission on School Accreditation, for most districts, this won't be a change to their current practices. There are, as far as we know, there's not that many that enter weighted grades in MSIS, but we just need this to be in the rules so that we know what the expectation is for districts. And so, as I said, mainly technical here.
Thank you for that explanation. Any questions from the board?
Just a quick question for me. Is it crystal clear on the deadline to enter the information? And is everyone fully aware that they have to meet that requirement?
So there are already established deadlines for data entry in MSIS, and we're not changing any of that. This is just so that we're saying for the upcoming academic year, the expectation is that everybody enter the unweighted grade for dual credit courses whenever they do their normal data submissions.
Other questions or comments? Okay, under the Office of Chief Accountability Officer, do I have a motion to approve item number 6?
This is Rosemary, so move.
Ms. Altman with the motions, or second?
Second, Brittany Rye.
Ms. Rye with the second. Any additional discussion? Hear none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Now we'll move to Dr. Gavin, approval of the MDE contracts.
Okay, we have 6 contracts coming before the board for approval this morning. 4 of these are actually no-cost contracts that we will procure on behalf of the school districts. The first one, action item 7A, is to renew the contract with our produce distributors to deliver produce to our participating organizations. 7B is a renewal of a contract for our full line distributors to supply food to our participating organizations and our participating school districts. Item 7C is a modification of a contract. We brought this before you last month, but this is an additional modification with Cyber Global, and this is a contract that we use to support the school districts. And we need to extend this contract through September the 30th for an additional $75. Action item 7D is a contract. Again, this is a no-cost contract to the state. It is for dairy. And action item 7E is a contract for various milk distributors. Again, a no-cost contract. And the last item is a contract 7F. This contract is with Inbounds, DBA, the main company, and we're procuring this contract on behalf of MDE, and it's to provide services for sanitizing the building. As we are preparing to go back into MDE, we need to ensure that we're following CDC guidelines. So we're proposing to enter into a contract with a vendor who will make sure that the bathrooms and high touch areas are wiped down hourly. And then at the end of each week that we're getting a full detailed cleaning. And those are our contract items that we're prepared to present for approval.
Okay, any questions from the board?
Your conference is already in progress. For 14 hours, 15 minutes, press pound or star to continue the conference. Otherwise, your conference will end in 1 hour, 15 minutes. Thank you. This conference will continue.
All right. Under the office of, well, first of all, is there any questions on the 6 contracts presented? Okay. Under the Office of Chief Operations Officer, do I have a motion to approve items 7A, B, C, D, E, and F?
So moved, Karen Elam.
Dr. Elam with the motions, or a second?
A second, this is Sean.
Mr. Suggs with the second. Any additional discussion? Hear none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay, we'll move to action item 8, Dr. Gavin.
Okay, we have 4 grants that are coming before you for approval. The first one is a competitive grant for the Migrant Education Program, and the award there is to the North Mississippi Education Consortium, and it is a 3-year grant for $2.55 million. The second grant is a competitive grant to school districts for pre-kindergarten programs. Action item 8C, we're going to award some competitive grants for our summer literacy program. And then the last item is a grant for combined services.
Okay, you have the backup materials there. Hopefully you reviewed it in advance. Any questions for Dr. Gavin? All right, here none under the Office of
Dr. Dean, if I could just clarify, Dr. Dean.
Yep.
The migrant education is not to North Mississippi. It's actually to Mississippi State. It's in your backup curriculum. I just want to make sure that that was reflected in the minutes.
Okay.
Oh, you're right.
No, it's okay. It's all right. No problem.
Good catch there, Dr. Oakley. Any other questions or comments? Here none under the Office of Chief Operations Officer. Do I have a motion to approve items 8A, B, C, and D?
So moved, Brittany Rye.
Ms. Rye with the motions, or a second?
Second, Karen Elam.
Okay, heard Dr. Elam with the second. Any additional discussion? Here none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, now we're under item 9, consent agenda. All consent items or action items which require a vote unless otherwise noted. Under consent agenda, do I have a motion to approve items A, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, and K?
This is Rosemary. I so move.
That is a motion. Is there a second?
Second, Karen Elam.
All right, with the second, any discussion on any consent agenda items? Here none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, now we'll move into consideration of executive session.
I need everyone that is not on the executive leadership team to please drop off the call. Anybody that's not on ELT, or obviously the board, but ELT.
Do we need Aaron to read out a statement before we shut off the live stream?
Right now until we're closed.
Yep, the live stream is still up until we close it.
We have everyone off.
We
need to move to make the.
Hey, but I'm looking for it. Hang on.
No rush.
Here it is. Aaron sent me a bunch of stuff yesterday, so I'm digging it up. Hang on. You know, when I was mayor, we just said we needed to have an executive session. What it was for. So
It would make it a lot easier, Rosemary.
I know, and I'm trying to find the email she sent me. I thought it was right here. I was so smart. I had it right with me, but it's all that stuff you got to read. Here it is. Sorry. No, wait, that's not it. Well, y'all, I am so sorry. I have resumes. I have all kind of stuff here. Erin, do you have it by chance?
I do.
Well, why don't you read it then? I somehow can't pull it up on my email.
The motion would be, I move that the board consider making a closed determination of the need to go into executive session. If you can make that motion.
So move. This is Sean.
Yep, there's a motion and a second. Need a second?
Second, Karen Elam.
Okay, Dr. Elam with the second. Is there, now what?
You got to vote now.
All right, so I'm confused. I'll just say I'm distracted because I see other people's names still on the line, and I know we're about to shut that down, but everybody else has gotten off, but a few other people. So is there a motion to go into executive? There's a motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries, and we are now in executive.
annotated section 2541-74A and K related to the approval of the appointment within the Office of Teaching and Leading, and discussion of a strategy session or negotiations with respect to prospective litigation regarding the Department of Education in accordance with Mississippi Code annotated section 2541-74B related to the CARES Act and the provision of equitable services.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm an Education Bureau Director 2 to serve as Director of Educator Effectiveness within the Office of Teaching and Leading, and a discussion of strategy sessions or negotiations with respect to prospective litigation regarding the Department of Education in accordance with Mississippi Code annotated section 2541-74B related to the CARES Act and the provision of equitable services.
Okay. John, will you just give me the high sign when we're live streaming again?
Yep, it'll be just 1 second. Okay, you're all set.
Okay, we are now out of executive session. Our action item to report is we've moved to approve the appointment of Courtney Van Cleve to Education Bureau Director 2 to serve as the Director of Educator Effectiveness within the Office of Teaching and Leading. Congratulations to Miss Courtney. Okay, there's no reports on meetings attended or approval of attendance of meetings coming up, unless I'm otherwise told. We have some other business quickly to talk about the July board meeting. So last night, we received a new executive order 1495, which is essentially, as I read it, there's 2 or 3 pages of whereases, but the therefore is effective July 1, the administrative leave provisions of previous executive orders 1458 and 1460 are rescinded. That's just a way of saying I believe the governor is expecting all state employees and agencies, within the appropriate guidance of the state health officer to resume meeting in public buildings. And so with that, I will ask that our July board meeting be in person at the Central High building. Certainly, if any board member, has concern, Zoom has worked out just fine. I'm sure our folks can provide accommodation if you're not willing to attend, but I will, unless something, unforeseen happens. I plan on being in the building. I'm glad that we were able to do this for the last several months, but there's just something to be said about being in person and being able to, talk and, participate fully. So I hope that's okay. And again, if anybody has any issues with that, we will accommodate you remotely. But the July board meeting will be held July 16th, 2020, starting at 10 a.m. In the Department of Ed building in Jackson. Okay, now, if there's not other discussion, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So move, Rosemary.
Second, Karen Elam.
Second from Dr. Elam. Any further discussion? Hear none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We are adjourned at 12:40. See y'all in a couple of weeks.